All right. Oh, my mic is live. Well, I guess that's good enough reason for me to start. What's going on, everybody? I'm Know Nothing Attorney. I know nothing, so you can too. Because it's only in embracing that we know nothing that we can actually learn anything. And I think there's a good lot of people out there who could use some humility in terms of what they know so that they can learn. Guess who's for it's that? Whoa! Way to go, Optimus Scrim, jumping right in at the start. Oh, this is not the bar that I want here. That's weird. What happens if I do that? That should work. Okay. Wow. It's been one hell of a day. I am letting relieving some tension because I just drove for like an hour home very slowly over icy roads. Making sure that I stayed safe the whole way. But besides that, it has been a very overwhelming day in terms of like how terrified I and everyone should be. And I think there are a lot of people out there feeling that right now. There are a lot of people that are just terrified of existence. In America, at least. But I imagine that's everybody. Because if it's going this way in America, better believe that it's impacting you in some way. How are you? Yeah? I know it. I mean, I don't know how much we need to, like, cover what happened, really. Like, everybody knows what happened today. I guess I can see if there have been any updates since, like, mid-afternoon. Let's jump over to our workspace. And I'll just check in on Muller, she wrote. We'll see what they're doing. The music volume can probably go down a little bit more. Yeah, good, but one of those days all around, haha. I know you've got your own agenda, of course, but yeah, quick one. Russia and Ukraine full-scale war is now longer than Germany versus the Soviets. Did you post that in Discord today? 25,000 Russian deaths a month. No, not injuries, deaths. Yeah, I know. They're just wiping out an entire generation of Russians. It's crazy what people will put up with. What people will justify when it comes to the people in power taking things from them, including their lives, their well-being, their freedoms. They're just like to the point. It gets you based on what we're seeing these days, based on what I saw last night in my debate, it's really like some people are just trained animals. There is no difference in operation between some human beings that we live alongside and trained animals. They just do what they are expected to do by the people who have conditioned them to do it. I'm keen for this stream of yours tonight. I mean, I don't have anything in particular planned. I'm just kind of writing out the feelings of what's going on. I'm kind of dumbfounded, honestly. Though, like, last night's debate didn't give me much hope. People will literally bend over backwards until their spine snaps to justify anything. A lot of them aren't Russian. Hi, Maddie. Welcome in. I'm going to quickly chop some veggies for dinner, so listening but not typing. Mate, I am a volunteer fighter who did 12 months for the PVC, and I cannot get over how this is still going on. I know. I know the National Guard showed up earlier today. Be interesting to see how that impacts things. Ugh. But I've also decided that wherever things stand with my silly video game video, as of tomorrow, I'm just going to start making the video. I can't sit around and wait to make, like, to have the perfect one, to, like, have the one that will draw the most crowds. Like, like, I'm really worried about giving away something that is so, like, revolutionary to the idea of how people view the things that are in Deltarune, that people will just go, oh shit, and then they'll just, like, immediately start dropping other videos that follow, and that would make me lose opportunity to have more content that would have people follow it. And so I'm having to weigh, do I keep working on it, or do I just release something? And I think I'm at the point where I just have to take everything that I have, make it into a video, and go, all right, you Deltarune fans, take it and run with it now, I guess. But let me tell you something while you're here. That's what this is for. So, yeah, that's what we're going to do. I have a lot of earth-shattering stuff that I've discovered in that game that is just going to blow the minds of the fans of that game. So I do believe it is going to generate some traffic. So that's good, and if it generates no traffic here, hopefully people who see it will stick around for the message at the end where I go, okay, let's talk a little bit about a constitutional convention, because I at least need more people to know so that the people who can talk to people who need to know can tell them. Because we're at the point, as of today, if Renee Good wasn't enough, then Alex Preddy should be enough that enough states would be scared enough that they could start getting together and going, okay, how do we stop the federal government? My man. How's it going, Evelyn? Oh, I mean, I generally do this every night. There have been a few nights where I have, like, I just couldn't do it, literally. One night this week has been that because of work, and then I had, my dog had emergency surgery. Like, usually I'm on every night. I would like to be on earlier than 11 something, but I just gotta do what I can. Bro, everything does suck. Everything absolutely sucks. Dude is functionally illiterate. Like, that, no joke. At first I thought, like, he just made a mistake, but then he just kept doing it. He just can't read your name. Oh, Mueller, she wrote, did I not refresh? Okay, there we go. Trump-appointed judge blocks FBI, DOJ, DHS from destroying or altering evidence related to shooting of Alex Preddy by Border Patrol agent in Minneapolis? Yo, what? I'm sorry? Come on. Stop. Okay. What's up, Sock Now? What was what? About lost my teeth when he said British Tea Party? My favorite part, like, my friend went and watched that entire debate today. He's like, I can't believe I watched that entire thing, but I don't know how you do this. I don't know how you have the sanity to sit through and deal with this shit. And he was like, okay, we're now at the freedom of speech part, and, like, he hadn't even gotten to it, and the part that, like, stood out to me from the freedom of speech part, he's like, well, I assume the Constitution says that the freedom of speech. I'm like, oh my god, please never say you assume what the Constitution says again. Please do not. Oh, the British Tea Party. Sock Now, that was a wild debate last night. I don't think you were there for any part of it. Quote-unquote debate. Yeah, true. After everything went down today, I was like, well, 3 hours of you going over her death with that guy was completely wasted, right? right? But I mean, maybe not. Maybe not wasted, because maybe I put him in a mode where he would watch the events of today and hear everything that I said last night and go, well, maybe. What's up, Steven in YouTube chat? Are you afraid AI will replace attorneys? I don't think AI can replace attorneys when it comes to trial. But I do think that a lot of legal research will be replaced with AI. I think there's a good bet on that. So am I afraid? Well, considering that I'm considering a career change, moving back to litigation, then I wouldn't be super scared of that. Because I've got a litigation record of 2-0. So we'll see. And I wouldn't have to be afraid if we could actually move towards socialism. Then I wouldn't have to worry about whether or not AI was going to replace everybody. Nothing much was watching British politics. Man, it's such a drama similar to the US. It is just crazy the amount of corruption they have in the Labour Party. Yeah. Every time somebody calls themselves the working class party, you can tell they're a little bit fucked up in the head. Yes, socialism, please, right? Oh boy, if you thought Renee was a hard one to defend, imagine the narrative for today's one. I was listening to Parker Get a Job on the way home, and the people on there continue to push this narrative of, well, why were they there in the first place? Like, it's literally a brain-dead take. They have reached the point where they don't even care about justification. It's just, I want the other person to be bad. I can't even point out something they did that was bad. I just want them to be bad so hard that I'm just going to call something they did bad even if it's not. Evil Alien Robot, it's about whether a party calls themselves the party of the working class. If they call themselves the party of the working class, they tend to be manipulating people in the working class. Did I see Gnome's video? I don't think I did. There's been so much today, and like my friends are like, look at this one, look at this one, look at this one. They don't want to justify it. Wait, what's wrong with working? Retire on your 2-0. I mean, I wish when I left litigation, I thought maybe, you know, I'll just feel good about retiring with 2-0. I think that's better than most attorneys can say in litigation. But then I got out of litigation and I was like, oh man, I really miss the adversarial nature of litigation. Imagine me liking adversarial stuff. They want to murder people, that's it, yep. They have been trained to be junkyard dogs. Republican voters have been trained to be junkyard dogs. They don't care who they're looking at. They just are pointed in a direction and they go for the throat. She basically started with, it'd be a real shame if anything else happened. Oh my God. I mean, they would be saying the same thing to minorities in 1940s Germany. Just comply, just follow orders. Man, when that guy went into comparing MAGA to Nazis last night, I wasn't having any of that shit by that point. I was like, no. Fake populism. Oh God, like you need to see it, but you need to be in the right frame of mind. Like don't watch it when started out hot. What? I shouldn't watch Gnome when starting out hot? Labour Party in the UK is just the Democratic Party, but in this case, they abuse the workers and the Democratic Party just does anti-democratic stuff, so it's very similar. I must have my parties flipped from the UK. Who's the other party in the UK? Well, it's trained rage. Like they haven't. They are just pointed in a direction and then they thoughtlessly do it. That's what they're doing with Alex Preddy. It's just like, I want to be mad at him and I don't know why I should be mad at him. Oh, there's no reason to be mad at him? Well, I guess I'll just do it anyway. We were angry at this guy today. Now it's this guy. Now it's this group. No, hold on. It's still the first guy. Yeah. Do you think there's a problem comparing MAGA to the people who supported Nazis? Absolutely not. There is no problem with comparing them to them. The thing that's crazy, you always see conservatives go, well, what do you expect to happen when you call people Nazis? This is what happens. It's you inciting violence. Like, what do you think should be done about Nazis? It's like, well, no. I am free to call you anything. And if you were not a Nazi, if you were not a fascist, or at least not an authoritarian, people would stop calling you a Nazi. This is because of what you do. This is the same thing I pointed out last night with the BLM riots. It wasn't because of the rioters, it was because of the excessive use of force against minority groups. They weren't reacting to nothing. They can point at what happened and say, factually, this exists. And that's what's different about them and the January 6thers, because the January 6thers had nothing to point at that actually happened. The Tories. Okay, got my parties flipped. I misunderstood you then because, yeah, they're the same. Man, the podcast that the two podcasters do with their MAGA parents should be the biggest eye-opener. If you're happy with your kid being killed because the administration says so, then you are the problem. Yeah. They are literally willing to stop thinking. They are grateful for someone that allows them to stop thinking. These are people who do not want to think. And then somebody says, hey, I can take all of that off your hands. I can tell you what to do, and I have the power plays in mind to allow myself to do that. I'm going to take advantage of every system. I'm going to ignore every law, and I'm just going to do what I want. And it's going to be stuff that you would like. Some of it will be stuff that you like, and then you can stop thinking about it. And they go, yes, Daddy, please. I'm happy to stop thinking. If you tell me not to like someone, I will not like them. If you tell me to believe something, I will believe it. Tories is the old Republican Party, like Bush types reform in the Republican Party today. Yeah, XNF told me Trump won because people called him a fascist. No, that's nonsense. Trump won 2024 because, let's start with the groundwork that the Democrat Party has no messaging whatsoever. They have no infrastructure and they have no messaging. But then it came to Americans being confused about the economy and not knowing how it works. They are still confused today. They say Biden caused inflation to skyrocket. It's like, dude, it skyrocketed everywhere. It has nothing to do with Biden. Like, if you would just sit and think for 5 minutes. Damn, it's almost like this is what happened with modern day Russia. Damn, if only we knew. Yeah, damn, that's the thing I keep saying. Damn, if only this were predictable. The Democratic Party has refused to do any proper messaging and pushing policies for decades. Yep. The Democrats are just as evil. No, stop. Stop that. Don't even start with that. That is not, I don't take kindly to that in this channel. That is a lazy position. It's an unjustifiable position. It's an indefensible position. And you need to stop saying it. Because saying that and, like, upholding that, telling people that that is a credible position to hold, is why we have Alex Preddy. That position killed Alex Preddy today. That doesn't make them the same, Optimus. That makes them the same on one issue, so you have to stop saying it. Even if going on presidential election, people spent years, if not over a decade, to prepare a presidential candidacy. Kamala had less than 3 months. Yeah. I forget what they is. What did I say was they? You are not just as evil. You might be evil. You might do some evil things, but it is not just as evil. The Democratic Party is not just as evil as the Republican Party. That's fucking nonsense. Okay, let's start listing things they have in common. They fund Israel. They want to fund ICE. What next? Does the Democratic Party want to end no-fault divorce? Does the Democratic Party want to end women's right to health care? Do they want to question the legitimacy of gay marriage, or maybe even interracial marriage? Yeah, Roe v. Wade, Lawrence v. Texas, Loving v. Virginia. Do we want to call into, was it Griswold? You want to call into question contraception too? Do the Democrats want to remove voters from the rolls so they can't vote? Yeah. But I'm sorry, where do we excuse levels of... We don't excuse it, Optimus. We don't excuse it, but you don't call them the same. That's why Alex Preddy is dead today. That's why Renee Good is dead today. Because people legitimize the position that both parties are the same. Sure, Democrats are not left-wing. They are left-wing when it comes to the fucking Overton window, but the Overton window is so far right that it's not really comforting. But they are left-wing as far as the Overton window goes. And as far as the Overton window goes, all you can do if you believe in democracy is to keep pushing it left with voting. So, yeah, you do need to vote for the option that gives you a better left position, because you're not going to magically get it all at once. And people need to stop pretending that you're going to magic socialism and leftism into existence. You have to stop doing it, because you just keep shooting yourself in the foot. That's not how the Overton window works. If you do want to do it all at once, the only way is a constitutional convention, and you better have some fucking good arguments when you show up at the convention, because you have to convince other states. So that's not a great thing to expect either. We can hope and wish all we want. It's not going to happen, so have a constructive view about how to do things. GOP has already brought back up the Comstock laws. I need a refresher on that. Let's go to the Comstock laws. Comstock Act of 1873 is a set of federal anti-obscenity laws. Oh, Jesus Christ. To ban the mailing and interstate transportation of items deemed obscene, lewd, or immoral. Like, I don't know, socialist texts. We would still be facing fascism under the Democrats, but I'm with you 100%. They're not the same thing. We'd be facing fascism. Oh, you mean like after the most recent election? Yeah, after the most this is so short-sighted. If you look in the future or in the past, you cannot look at the past 4 years. The fact that like it being the same under Democrats or being similar under Democrats, if Kamala had won this election, like, sure, but that's because of decades of shit like legitimizing the view that both parties are the same. This is a wild take, man. The Democrats have directly helped shape the position you guys are in today. They are a bloc, and that is still backed by the same interest groups, big business and lobby groups, and have allowed a continuation of an imperialistic regime. This isn't a wild take. It's literally how the Overton window works. If you're in a system where you have one of two winners, you can either push it to the left or push it to the right. Yes, we have a problem with money in government. You aren't going to fix that by pushing back and forth on the two sides because the two sides are the same, because that doesn't move the Overton window. The only thing you can do is push it farther left by supporting people who promote more and more and more leftist policies. We have hardly, in the past several decades, had a functioning Democratic control of Congress. How are we ever going to move the Overton window left if we can't even pass, like, left-wing policy? Dems don't currently fix that. I'm not arguing with you that Democrats are good. Democrats don't currently support a lot of pro-labor positions, but that's because we've allowed the Overton window to move so far to the right that they can't hold left positions and win elections. Maddie, what I think they mean is that we would still be dealing with a fascism problem in the United States. And that is true, but that's only because we've allowed ourselves to get here. I'm not saying they are identical, but to imply that Democrats are actually a good alternative, they're the only alternative. Stop moralizing the decision. They're the only alternative. Yeah, that's completely fine, but the Democrats don't embody the left or progressive policy at all. No, they don't. They embody centrist policy because that's what's left-wing right now. Anything that would actually functionally be left-wing, we can't get until we vote for more centrist policy. I know you hate that. We need to vote for centrist right now. That's what we have to do. If we're not going to have a constitutional convention and just fix everything with amendments all at once, then we have to vote for centrists, because that's what's left-wing. No, we would be nowhere close to where we are right now, but there is the bubbling issue of fascism in America and everywhere, and that wouldn't be fixed by having a democratic administration. They aren't, my guy. You can literally see the other alternatives now, i.e. Mamdani. Mamdani isn't a thing that is typically possible. How are you going to point to the one exception that exists and go, look, it happens? You aren't going to be shifting anything by simply shifting it slightly to the center? Yes, you are. That's how the Overton window moves. Tear down both of them. Okay, then when we get to the point, I'm talking about in the current system. When we talk about tearing them both down, I agree. If we can do that by a constitutional convention, I agree. If we have to do it by revolution, I don't agree. I'm not going to support that. I'm not going to support anything where I try to enforce my will by violence. Well, I specifically mean the Democrats don't do anything for working class people who were born into poverty. They just kind of pretended like the economy was great under Biden when it wasn't. The Biden recovered great under Biden. Yeah, they are the only alternative because of Duverger's law when you have first past the post voting systems in the United States. It is concentrated into two parties. You don't have a European model where you can have ranked choice voting or score voting, and you don't want to have a spoiler effect which supports splitting the vote in first past the post. Exactly. If there are one of two outcomes, you can only pick the better. Keep telling people on Twitch the only valid national level political party to go up against the GOP is the Democratic Party, and boy, people don't like that. Look, the answers are slowly move the Overton window left by supporting whatever general position is the most left that can win, and push for a constitutional convention where you can fix this issue with first past the post voting entirely. Yes, it does, Optimus. It does. That is how it works. That's how the Republicans have done this. They pushed the Overton window right and right and right. They had a long-term plan. They have had a plan for 80 years. And they have been pushing it slowly and slowly and slowly. You just want a quick solution that doesn't exist. You technically recovered, but still Biden and all the established Democrats are fine with an impoverished working class. That's okay. I don't think we're arguing. I think we agree. Yes, we... Oh, hey, Grimmate in YouTube chat. Self-defense is exerting your will to live over someone else's will to harm you. Well, sure, when it actually comes to imminent threat to me, I will then protect myself. We have an Overton ratchet. I remember learning that term, but I haven't heard it in so long that I don't remember what it is. If you could refresh me on that. Slow can't happen anymore. Trumpism has changed the landscape permanently. So I agree with you. But once again, we're talking about current system versus other options. Current system, all you can do is move the Overton window. That's it. My channel exists because I'm advocating for radical change through a legal process. If all we do is play purity games, the federal elections, then yes, we get to be morally pure. But then the purity's cost is that the GOP will keep being elected. Yep, because people won't vote against them. Yep. Optimus, so what's your solution? Optimus Graham, but you aren't in the same political system anymore, my guy. You haven't been for a while. The same political system in the way, the same polity system. We still exist in the same polity system, so long as somebody isn't forcibly impacting the outcome, which we know he does. So I'm saying if people want to pretend that we are in the same scenario, then all you can do is move the Overton window left. If all you want to do is rely on voting, if that's what you swear by, and all you want to do is vote, then that's all you can do. I'm here to advocate for a different legal option that is certainly radical, but is much more capable of making change than voting at this point. Yeah, but it depends on what kind of radical solution we're talking about, Optimus. I agree with radical change. Yeah, not gonna lie, I think MLK was spot on with the white moderate being the biggest obstacle for socialism. Yeah, too many extremely comfortable Democrats who don't actually enact change because they don't feel the burden. Yeah, I think one thing that people absolutely don't understand well enough is, and it's something that I've had to be extremely conscious of in the dramatic changes I've had in my life, is like the curse of knowledge. There's kind of a similar impact of, like, I guess it's a curse of ignorance when it comes to being more wealthy. I still remember having to make difficult decisions about how much we need food and how much we need other things when it was relying on my paycheck to paycheck income. When I had a family of 3 making $30,000 a year, and I had to feed my family and like be terrified of any kind of car repair or anything like that. I remember how difficult that was, but it would be very, very easy for me to forget. If I didn't want to have that impact my decisions anymore, I could easily just set that aside, and a lot of people do. A lot of people have no idea how hard it is for people who are making like bottom of the barrel income. Being smart sucks. I have a controversial take, is why don't we push the Republican Party left? They're the ones that pushed us into this mess. It's like forcing the Republican political party to clean up their own mess. The problem is the Republican Party is okay with force. Their voters are okay with force. We consider force immoral, and we are not willing to be forceful with our positions. And when I say we, I just mean the left in general. You may have a different opinion about forcing people to have liberal views or leftist views. Yeah, Mamdani better take every opportunity he can to just introduce socialist concepts or leftist concepts to right-wing voters and show them how good life can be. That is the best thing he can do for everyone right now. Take this opportunity. You have been given the electoral mandate. I mean, as much as you can do as mayor, I don't know how much liberty you can have as mayor. That's a city executive. There's no difference between the left and right leadership. Bulletproof Baldy. It's all one big club and you're not in it. Yeah, I don't buy that for a second. I think left-wing leadership is at least educated enough to know that they don't benefit from people losing their rights. The left-wing leadership knows that they are not protected if a right-wing authoritarian regime comes into power. They may be ineffective, but they are not the same thing. Man, I think refusal to acknowledge that the system itself is broken is going to prevent you seeing what... Optimus? You're ignoring my position. I am not ignoring that the system is broken. One of the things that Mamdani has to worry about is that he does engage in that transgressive charisma that Barday is studying, but he seems to be pushing it hard to not just solely use his own charisma, but trying to spread the organization and political system to other areas that don't rely on him solely. That I love that. Yeah, Optimus is definitely just making up someone to argue against at this point. They all bomb relentlessly and do not have your interests at heart. That doesn't make them the same, Bulletproof. Man, people love to simplify things. It makes everyone so comfortable to make things as simple as possible. Like, Optimus, have you even proposed, like, a solution yet? Yeah, I am fired up pretty heavy about that, because that's not helpful. That doesn't mean the system isn't broken. That position is not helpful. He's been mayor for 3 weeks and you're already wanting to throw him over the flames? Proportional representation. How? Is that what you're proposing as a solution? How? I just mean we need to hold him to a high standard and not excuse him. I mean, evil alien robot, I understand your position and I'm totally on board with you, but I do have to, like, give credit to the argument. How much has it helped us so far to hold lefties to account? We do it all the time. It doesn't really help, because the other side doesn't do it. Bulletproof Baldy, how? How do you propose we do this? Evil alien robot, I appreciate you and I'm proud of you. I'm not... You're okay. We also have to recognize that he's human and we're not all going to agree with his choices or abilities 100%. It's not the word that's the problem, it's how people interpret that word. If you tell a working class person the policy of Nordic type welfare and you told them about more options, economically, like workers' cooperatives, more labor unions, they'll be on board. But if you package it as if it were de-Soviet Union, even though I love and admire the Soviet Union, they will freak out. You have to share it with them as an affordability issue. Yeah. I mean, if you describe socialist or lefty policies to MAGA people in the right way, they tend to agree with them. Like, just watch the Hassan conversation with those MAGA parents from, like, a couple days ago. As much as I don't appreciate Hassan generally, that was pretty good. Bulletproof, how do you get there? What you're proposing is not a solution. Yeah, I mean, evil alien robot, I don't really have a solution for that one. I am always in favor of maintaining high moral standards no matter what. And I realize that that may tend to shoot myself in the foot, I guess. Oh, again, I hear you. I'm not sure why it warrants such a reactive response, mate. I'm just putting down what I think is all in a stream about politics. I get you. But I also need you to understand that, A, that's one of my pet peeve issues, is equivocating on these things. And B, I think I said A, B, somebody died today. And I think it's because of this kind of left-wing purity testing that got us here. It's not that alone, but if we weren't doing it so much, we might have some kind of consolidated force to push back with. Like, you could even use the word, and you could even play tricks with that word to show them that that word isn't scary. Some of the issue here is there's no savviness to think outside the box on how to package that word. I mean, the simplest example of that is just to ask any right-winger to define communism, and they just use it as a synonym for evil, and they don't know what it means. They couldn't give you a functioning definition of it, they just use it as a synonym for evil. Why would you want to vote for an evil economic system? Like, showing how the word socialism doesn't harm a person. Do words hurt people? They might be emotionally hurtful, but do they physically harm somebody? No, it's just a word. Yeah. Okay, I want to actually look at this. Defendants, together with their employees, agents, and anyone acting in concert with them, are enjoined from destroying or altering evidence related to the fatal shooting involving federal officers that took place in or around 26th Street and Nicollet Avenue in Minneapolis on January 24th, including but not limited to evidence that defendants are and those working on their behalf removed from the scene and or evidence that defendants have taken into their exclusive custody. That's one that people haven't talked about enough, is just ICE literally removing evidence. That came up with the Renee Good thing, and it just kind of became a federalism issue of like, hey, who gets to investigate this? But now it's clear they don't have any interest of even pretending to investigate. Now it just looks like they're just removing evidence. Every time that they commit a crime, they are, I imagine, trained to pick up everything from the scene and remove it. Darwin Fan 420, communism and socialism are bad, aren't they? I mean, that just feels like a statement to get me, or a question to get me baited into talking about these things on a drone. But what, can you explain, A, what are those things, and B, what makes them bad? Darwin Fan, is that a position you actually hold? The right say the left are evil, the left say the opposite. Where will it end? It ends right there, because one side has justification and the other doesn't. What are you talking about? Communism and socialism are not bad. Yeah. Like, Bulletproof, the right just projects. They claim things that the left does that the left doesn't do. So what justification do they have to say that the left are evil? Good evening, lawyers. We're all lawyers here. Guys, don't try to pose as lawyers. Don't do that. Communism can mean multiple things, but typically it refers to some kind of political movement aimed at abolishing class and production for exchange. Okay, while I'm not a communist, what makes that bad? Wait, production for exchange? Abolishing production? And Optimus, the main thing that I was having a problem with is that you haven't proposed a solution that I recall seeing. Of course it can. Just look at communists. They'll constantly claim they're real communists, and other self-proclaimed communists aren't. But sure, but can you point to any of those people and say, these people are operating a system that, what did you say? Abolish class and abolish production? I don't know what definition of communism you're relying on to say they want to abolish production. For exchange. Well, so people are only making things for themselves under communism? Is that what you're saying? The word communist is blurred out? Really? What? The user operated according to a communist ideology? Oh, the USSR, sorry. Cambodia under Pol Pot. I mean, my main problem with communism is I don't think there is any functional theory of communism that doesn't involve a vanguard party, and I don't believe that a vanguard party works. I think it's inherently flawed in its conception. So I agree that I don't think communism can work. I don't think we have seen an actual implementation of communism, but I think that's because we have seen the implementation of a vanguard party, and then vanguard parties do what vanguard parties do. Sock now, he's saying that they don't want to... I guess I am still confused. Are you familiar with Marx and the distinction between production for exchange and production for use? I mean, you can tell me in whatever terms you want to. I don't tend to like to refer to different theorists on different things. Just tell me what you mean, and I can tell you what I mean. It's also hard to make communism work when you have the world's superpower actively working against it. I mean, that's also true, but I don't think a vanguard party will ever work. Well, of course, you haven't seen implementation of communism because it is impossible within the bounds of civilization. Okay, so what makes socialism evil? Let's talk about the less extreme of the two. What makes socialism evil? Is it because they fail because capitalism wants to suck them all dry and prevent them from succeeding? Communists had like a quarter of the Earth's population and tons of land and resources at their height, so I don't want to hear this excuse. What excuse are you talking about? Evil Alien Robot, a vanguard party is a party that the people vest their power in, and then the vanguard party is supposed to use the power of the people to effectuate a transition to communism. Democratic countries can be bought. Okay. Not private property in general, just private what is currently considered private property that is necessary for production. Which would involve things that are necessary to live, I would argue, like water and food necessities. Fine dining doesn't disappear under socialism and isn't just expected to be given to everyone. The inevitable result is some sort of totalitarian regime. Oh, that's a joke, dude. Darwin fan. That's a joke. Totalitarian regime. You can democratically institute socialism. I don't want to hear something about a totalitarian regime when Alex Preddy happened today. That's a joke. Sitting here comparing capitalism and socialism and saying, well, socialism will end in a totalitarian regime. That's nonsense. Yeah, totalitarian regime who fakes equality just sounds like MAGA. They don't even fake equality. Once your enterprise involves national interests, it will forcefully take a stake in your enterprise. The policy hasn't changed yet. Not very friendly to the rich. Homie, private property isn't eliminated in socialism, by the way. It's state ownership of assets. It doesn't have to be state ownership. It just has to be ownership by the working class or the people in general. Yeah, he is implying you own nothing, which is nonsense. That's not what socialism is. Yeah. There was a guy, God, who was I listening to the other day? Man, I can't remember what debate channel I was listening to, but a guy said, like, good, kill more libs. Like, that is the mindset. That is the mindset of the right. Good, kill more libs. Well, again, socialism is an even vaguer term, and some people will call social democracy or even social liberal systems socialism. Well, democratic socialism would be socialism. Social democracy, no. You said abolition of private property. There is one definition and many ways of implementing that definition. One proper definition, I guess. Yeah, MAGA voted for fascism literally just to own the libs. Yep. Been fighting almost an hour on today of all days. We just can't help but try to eat each other. All right, Maddie, you're right. You're right. Everybody calm the fuck down. We're all lefties except for the Darwin fan, I guess. Let's calm the fuck down and let's just be mad at the Trump administration. Or regime, I guess. I'll start calling it a regime. Darwin fan, it's a matter of political science. So if you're going to talk about political science or economic science, then you should talk about the definition that is used by the academics in that field. Allows for capitalism? Who said allows for capitalism? Social democracy allows for capitalism, meaning the ability to incorporate a business instead of having a cooperative business model. That's the difference between social democracy in a market sense versus socialism in a market sense. I mean, you want to pick a definition that is like generally supported in the economic science field and tell me that that's a more proper one, I'll consider that definition. Well, to be fair, Optimus, the definitions are descriptive, not prescriptive, so definitions can change. But if we're talking in an academic sense, we should talk in an academic sense. Okay, I'm going to go back to this. I'm going to stop arguing about like economic models. I think Maddie's right. We need to get off of this train, and we need to evaluate what's happening today. So this is a pretty simple order, just demanding that federal agents not destroy evidence, which is clearly what they are doing, or they're at least attempting to hide evidence. Well, Darwin fan, I don't really know what the point of arguing that is. Maybe just use the definition that people mean when they are supporting socialism. Like, argue with the people, not some theoretical concept. Has anyone seen what the area where Alex was killed looks like? Yeah. Whoa, what it looks like protest-wise? Is it still wild right now? Because I would love to look at it live. What? Just went to YouTube.
Oh, is it Tinkerton? Tinkerton! There's multiple. Are you pressing charges? Yes, he's right there. Go talk to him. Right there. He's been doing it multiple nights.
All right. Oh my God, I can't. There we go. That's better.
Still can't brand this shit at us.
See, that's the thing. Even if I got something like, I don't hold it in my hand. I don't wave it around.
That's brandishing.
Yeah, that's stupid too.
They threatened it to
Pepper balls are illegal in Multnomah County.
but eventually they said as long as we
Pepper
stay
balls are
outside
illegal in Multnomah
and off
County.
the streets, then
Yes,
they'll
they
leave us
are.
alone. And
They're
they did.
illegal in
They
Multnomah
actually came through and they left.
BG on the scene.
Because
Okay.
Oh, shit.
I don't trust the cops.
It's the sound of the
let
bus
me-
accident. It's the sound of the police.
Yeah.
It's the sound of the police. We do. It's the one underneath.
Darwin fan, again, maybe if you want to argue with somebody about socialism, you should argue with their definition of socialism. That only kind of makes sense.
There was a lot of cops. There was a lot of them, but they left.
Here I use pepper balls in
Yeah, it's
Multnomah County.
1036. Honking is pro.
Oh, I did see this, where they set up barricades.
Usually we have signs that says honk, but we have these lights here. Yup. No, it's pro.
Hey, somebody send me a
Honking
clip
is
of this
pro,
dude
protest.
brandishing that gun.
Yo, Josh, I think it's probably live.
Somebody send me the clip of this dude brandishing that gun.
Oh, what is that?
What's happening? ICE agents are just flashing their weapons at protesters now.
Sí, les dieron luces, son azules. Son azules las luces. Sí, qué padre. Viva la revolución, es todo café.
That's noisy as hell. Oh, I need to turn my music off. All right. If anybody has something they want me to look at. Oh, Maddie, oh, thank you. Is this the gnome video? Ah, I was about to ask you for the gnome video. Because I hate gnomes. Why don't you just be a halfling? That's what you actually want to be when you be a gnome. Y'all need a book club? Yeah, I've moved on. Les Mis in Minnesota. Kettled the cops? I'm not familiar with that term. And here comes Maddie, who normally tells me not to use words people don't know. Anybody got a link to the gnome video? Oh. Gotta change. Oh. Before I change, Maddie just gave me a link.
Where a man was just killed by ICE.
Murder. Executed.
A game warden? A fucking conservation officer? Are you
And
fucking
ICE has
kidding
essentially
me?
been kettled
You're gonna fucking
every
defend
corner of
this
26
shit?
and Nicollet.
Oh my god.
Ah.
Fucking pathetic.
Ooh.
This is state troopers
Fucking
and Minneapolis
pathetic
police.
shit.
On every corner,
You're a fucking
there's
loser.
people.
Hey, game warden. Fuck you.
I
now in
love
Minneapolis,
this.
Right where a man was just killed by ICE.
Murder. Executed.
A game warden? A fucking conservation officer? Are you
And
fucking
ICE has
kidding
essentially
me?
been
You're
kettled
gonna fucking
every
defend
corner of
this
26
shit?
and Nicollet.
Oh my god. Fucking
Stop. Pause the video. Can I not pause this video?
This is state troopers
fucking
and Minneapolis
pathetic
police.
shit.
Well, that sucks. I love that. I am curious from a legal position, like whether there's an argument there for conspiracy to commit false arrest. But I guess false arrest isn't, that's not a crime. False arrest would be a tort. So that wouldn't be conspiracy. Of the police confine a group of demonstrators or protesters to a small area as a method of crowd control during a demonstration. Just do it back to them. That's beautiful. That is beautiful. ACAB indeed. ACAB indeed. You know, I hadn't really thought about it until I think I explained it yesterday. ACAB makes sense when you look at it from the view that the law looks at public servants through, if you look through it in that lens, every public servant is two people. They are an individual. They are like a citizen, a person under the eyes of the law, and they are a public office. They are a public office holder. And I can say if they are two different people legally, I will tell you the legally distinct individual that is the public officer is a bastard. And the legally distinct individual that is the individual, I don't know if they're a bastard or not. Some of them may be, and likely are. But I'm sure many of them are good people. How are we still going on about socialism, y'all? Oh, wait, I didn't want to do... I need to be in Reddit mode. Reddit mode. There we go. That's better. Because it's the office of law enforcement officer that is a problem. The problem is with ACAB is that our country is so used to individualism that we almost always refuse to recognize systems and structures. Yeah, that's true. It's not ACAB itself, but that we don't address the large systems that reinforce these issues. Yep. Wholly correct. I just want to defend the position that all cops are bastards. Because a law is a threat of violence. And a law enforcement officer is wielding state force against an individual that is inherently tyrannical. So it's just a matter of, like, to what degree can you justify the tyranny? What degree can you justify the use of force against an individual that they do not consent to? January 24th, 2026, Minneapolis witness describes trying to help dying ICU nurse Alex Preddy after Border Patrol shooting.
On January 24th, 2026, at approximately 9 a.m., I was awoken by the sound of cars honking and whistles blowing. Shortly after I awoke, I heard screaming from outside my window. I saw several ICE agents and civilians yelling at
This hurts me because I remember preparing written statements for the first time I streamed. And it's so cringe now. It's so cringe now. Oh boy. Here we go.
Everyone, thank you for being here. There are two different things that I'd like to discuss with you tonight.
I should turn this up, probably.
The first one being a storm that is barreling down on our country and will be impacting approximately 250 million.
Is it an
Americans
ice storm?
In 40 different states.
Christy?
We've been working together.
Is it an ice
here
storm?
At the FEMA headquarters and have opened our National Response Coordination Center and are working with local and state authorities to make sure that
does
we're
the
getting
Trump
individuals and
regime
communities
refuse to
pre-deployed resources
identify it
that
as
they
an
may
ice
need,
storm?
and also preparing them for the upcoming days, which will significantly impact them and their citizens. The Trump administration and FEMA are working closely with them to get them information, to get them resources, and to help them be prepared and well equipped for the road ahead as we go through this next week. But before I take any questions and give more details on the storm and its impact, I do want to address the tragic situation that we saw in Minneapolis today that unfolded on the streets. It occurred with DHS law enforcement as they carried out their lawful duties to keep Americans safe in the threat of criminal illegal aliens in this country.
Shoving
At
innocent
9:05
people.
a.m. Central Time, the
That
Department
was
of
part of their
Homeland Security
duty?
law enforcement officials and officers were conducting
When they were not
targeted
engaged in detaining
operations
anyone?
in Minneapolis against an illegal alien whose criminal history included domestic assault with intentionally inflicting bodily harm.
Yeah, I did see that,
disorderly
Evil Alien
conduct,
Robot.
And driving without a valid license. An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers.
I'm sorry, hold on,
with a
wait, what?
9mm semi-automatic handgun. Conduct and time, the Department of Homeland Security law enforcement officials and officers were conducting targeted operations in Minneapolis against an illegal alien whose criminal history included domestic assault with intentionally inflicting bodily harm, disorderly conduct, and driving without a valid license. An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual.
I just want to pause for a moment and say, ICE officers, many of whom likely have criminal records, we have not checked to determine whether they have criminal records, if accounts are correct, many of whom were likely pardoned for assaulting Congress on the day of a peaceful transition of power, as directed by a felon to detain someone who among their list of charges is driving without a license. Great. Thank you for that very clear depiction of how law works in our country. Welcome, Kaedmon. How incredibly evil. I'm glad we listed that in the list of, like, the evils of this individual. Do we have Second Amendment rights? What is this in response to? Is it something she said? Because I'll always argue that, yes, the Supreme Court of the United States recognizes that we have individual Second Amendment rights, but that is not what that amendment means. That amendment does not give individuals the rights to own and operate firearms as they wish. I think because he was a licensed carrier. She said he had a gun. Yep.
Individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. Fearing for his life and
I'm
for the
sorry. What did he do that was violent? I thought his name ended with an I. Oh, this is I want a video, please.
Family identified the man who was killed as 37-year-old Alex Preddy. We have learned that he graduated from Green Bay's Preble High School back in 2006. Family members told the Associated Press that he was...
Oof. Are we just like... Are we like canvassing the internet to remove this video? That's not the one I want. This video is just not showing up when I Google it, huh? Interesting. Put Austin in a blood pressure cuff during this video. You know it takes hours for me to get riled up. Click the video. I'm on the video button. That's where I am.
Our mic.
The mainstream news doesn't even want to show the video up to the point before the shooting, do they? They don't even want to show that. Come on, Fox News, you love guns. Wow. Right. Oh, that's not the window I wanted. Knew I could count on Fox News to not care about showing violence. Weird how that works.
Go. Wrong with you?
Sorry, where was the violence? Literally trying to pick her up. Literally trying to pick her up. He was getting sprayed in the face with mace and trying to pick her up.
With you, honestly.
All right, I'm gonna stop it short of that. Don't know how Twitch is gonna handle this stuff. God damn, dude. Violent. Oh. We are now classifying people trying to help other people without even engaging with the other person as violent. Me putting myself between someone and their abuser and just hugging around my arms around the person being attacked is violence now.
Lives of his fellow officers around him, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately and attempted to deliver medical aid to the subject, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect.
I wouldn't doubt that soon it will be that if you are disagreeing with the Trump regime, you are spreading falsehoods, which is promoting violence. And I would be violent for saying that the Trump regime is lying. I have no doubt that that's coming soon. And like I put in the Discord today, we have literally reached a point where all that we have left is the step where people come for the people who are just politically opposed, ideologically opposed, and speak their mind about that. And people will come into your homes with guns, and they will hold you at gunpoint. And at that point, you know that you are going to suffer, and you may die. If they, no matter where they take you, you will suffer and you may die. You will be at that point, and at that point we will have nothing left but to. I mean, I imagine there will be some of us that will be brave and will just stare down their people. I imagine there will be other people that will cry, because that's all that you have left. And tears are an evolutionary mechanism that in part is designed to socially engage with another social animal to get them to see distress. And you are going to cry, and you are going to try to reach the sympathetic part in the person through your tears to be a human being, to engage in that part of social animal behavior where they can recognize you as a human being. And they will say, cry more, lib, boo-hoo, cry about something that isn't happening. That's all we have left. What are your thoughts about living under Greg Abbott when what's happening in Minnesota comes to Texas? Texas won't protect us as much as Minnesota will protect their people. Thanks, Dad. Thank you, Dad, for setting up the political system in Texas that puts us where we are now. What a legacy I have inherited. Woohoo.
Suspect also had 2 magazines with ammunition in them that held dozens of rounds.
This individual was exercising one of their rights as an American. One that many people on the left would disagree is a right held by Americans, but is one that the right supports as a right of Americans. Until they don't.
He also had no ID. This looks like a situation where an individual...
The sheriff in your city just said they will kill protesters graveyard dead? That person should not have a job. Botox seeps into your brain.
Arrived at this scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals.
The other side, which weaponizes and fetishizes guns. Yeah. Guns for me, but not for thee.
And to kill law enforcement. About
and look at this lib. This lib who was permitted to carry a concealed handgun, going through the process as he is meant to do to legally enforce his 2008 era individual right to keep and bear arms. Blurred by what? I see it on my end. What's blurring stuff for you, evil alien robot?
Hundreds of protesters then showed up at the scene. They began to obstruct and to assault law enforcement officers. We saw objects being thrown at them, including ice and other objects. And a rampant assault began, and even an HSI officer agent's finger was bitten off. Crowd control measures were deployed.
I'm sorry. What? Gonna have to fact check that one. The suspect who allegedly... Oh, this is Pam Bondi. Earlier, Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said the protester bit off the officer's finger following the shooting of 37-year-old Illinois-born ICU nurse Alex Preddy. DHS's claim has not been verified by NBC News. DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin also shared graphic images in a post on X of what appeared to be the tip of the finger and the bloody wound. He will lose his finger, McLaughlin said in the post. It was not clear which person in the images is the alleged attacker, and officials have provided no further evidence of the incident beyond the images included in McLaughlin's post. That's what I figured. No public evidence of anyone having their finger bitten off. The evil alien robot? We don't know, but the government doesn't want to give you any evidence that that happened. I wonder if clueless and people like him will be calling in to justify Alex Preddy, or if they'll finally be like, oh, this is bad. Well, like, you'll notice that, I mean, what was it? From mid-December to, like, early January, I was getting plenty of calls. But it's like the same thing that I saw with, like, all the debate shows that I've watched for years, is, like, more and more throughout 2024... No, 2025, sorry. More and more throughout 2025, MAGA callers became fewer and fewer in between, and more extreme. So the people who were actually calling in were the most extreme, weirdest, least educated people, and there were not as many calls. Finger bitten off equals trust me, bro. That's right.
To bring safety to the public and to law enforcement at the scene. And once again, I want to remind everybody that this situation and this tragedy did not have to happen. Our law enforcement...
Very much agreed, Christy. Very much agreed. This tragedy did not have to happen. But this is exactly what your regime wants to happen. This is exactly why... Honestly, this is why mass deportation is happening. It's not for the immigrants. It is to cause this to happen. It is to cause violence, to justify more violence, to justify use of the most extreme measures of state force to enforce the will of the one over the nation. She tried to make Alex secondary to the cold front. That's true, yeah. It was just a casual thing. Again, this is mafia bullshit. Yep, ironic she called it an ice storm. And then the government is trying to tell, like, oh my god, why can't I think of the institution? FEMA, trying to tell FEMA not to call it an ice storm. Please don't call it an ice storm. That'll make ice look bad.
Enforcement are doing everything that they can to protect the public. We're praying for this deceased loved one's family and friends, but we also recognize that the Minnesota governor and the Minneapolis mayor need to take a long, hard look in the mirror. They need to evaluate their rhetoric, their conversations, and their encouragement of such violence against our citizens and our law enforcement officers.
I agree
I'll
they should
remind
take a
you-
long, hard look in the mirror, but they should be asking themselves whether they are the person who can rise to the occasion to live in this moment and be a leader in this moment. That's what they should... The only thing they should be asking themselves in the mirror is that. Still amazes me the Dems put Biden and the woman, I forget her name, up against Trump. Bonkers. You forget her name? Why would you say that? You surely haven't forgotten her name. What? What a weird thing to say.
The Governor Walz today in his press conference said that our officers were not even law enforcement, which is a lie. He's called them the Gestapo. He's encouraged residents and citizens and violent rioters to resist. He's doxed their identities, putting themselves and their families' lives in jeopardy.
Their identities should be known.
He's refused to turn over murderers to federal law enforcement officers. He's protected illegal criminals and protected them from being brought to justice.
What?
And even overseen a historic, unprecedented theft of American taxpayer dollars. Tens of billions of dollars were stolen under his watch, and he allowed it to happen, and in some instances may have even facilitated it. In other cities and states across the country, we don't see this happen. Local, state, and officials work with us to make sure that we're making their streets safer. I'll point to the city of Memphis, which is where there is a Democrat in place. He worked with us and our federal law enforcement officers.
What did I miss? What did I miss?
In other cities and states across the protected illegal criminals and protected them from being brought to justice.
Actually, Maddie, I don't think you can sue the government for slander. So it's not a slander case. This is the insane shit that MAGA has brought like to us. It's supposed to be that things like slander, when committed by an administration, is a call for removal or impeachment.
And
yeah, the insane shit is that it's fine if the government does that. And that's one of the things that I'm saying that we need in like a rewritten constitution is we need more causes of action for individuals against the government. The government should not be allowed to just say shit about individual citizens. That's insane. I mean, you could, I mean, there might be, you could make a 14th Amendment case out of that.
And even overseen a historic, unprecedented theft of American taxpayer dollars. Tens of billions of dollars
forcible
were
buybacks is a way
stolen
to
under his watch, and he allowed it to happen, and in some instances may have even facilitated it. In other cities and states across the country, we
have a word for that. It's called eminent domain.
Don't see this happen. Local, state, and officials work with us to make sure that we're making their streets safer. I'll point to the city of Memphis, which is where there is a Democrat in place. He worked with us and our federal law enforcement officers, and we saw murder rates drop by 50% because of that partnership. We've seen historic lows in, and he allowed it to happen, and in some instances may have even facilitated it.
Okay, I see. Okay, saying that Tim Walz was part of the fraud. God damn it, dude. Wow.
Happened in that city. We've had the same amount of law enforcement officers there, but a very different result because of the leadership in place. Last week, ICE did over 2,000 different operations, and we saw people be brought to justice and the American people made safer because of that work. We don't have this problem in Texas or in Florida because those individuals in those states work with us, and they make sure that they keep
As a
peace
Texan,
and calm
I consider that a
while
problem.
they bring criminals to justice. In Minneapolis, Governor Walz and Mayor Frey, they instead choose violence. They instead choose to encourage the destruction of their...
Source needed. When has Minnesota's government ever chosen violence? I believe they continue to ask you to de-escalate. That's insane. Well, it can't be, Darwin, it can't be totalitarian if you have a democratic system with, like, agencies accountable to Congress. What the hell are you talking about? It isn't the economy that makes something totalitarian. That would be the political system.
City and the crime against their people. It appears that they want this lawlessness to continue. It appears that they want chaos to distract from the theft and the fraud and the
Not if you have an operational constitution that actually functions. I'll agree with you right now. Like, I'll agree with you under a Trump regime, they're totalitarian, but that's because our constitution is broken, they know it, and no one's willing to do anything about it. I don't think that is necessarily the fact of the matter. It doesn't always have to be that way, but if you have a functioning constitution, then it kind of makes it hard to be totalitarian.
the corruption of their city. I'll remind you that this city has been
That's a joke,
corrupt
Darwin
for
fan.
years
Shut
with
the
what
fuck
we've
up.
seen with people that have been stealing taxpayer money, all under the leadership of Governor Walz.
The fuck are you talking about? They ignore the judicial branch. They make laws on their own without Congress. They violate people's rights daily. They encourage their officers to violate rights. They lie publicly about people who are killed by their agents. Not only were their rights violated, their most fundamental, the one they're allowed to live by the state, was violated, and then they lie about them to justify it. The property isn't to not in the federal state. State by state. I mean, this is a benefit of federalism. If the federal constitution demands that private property be abolished, then the states would be required to implement abolition of private property. Then the states individually would be in control of making that process happen. Then the people would be able to hold their own representatives accountable within their own state, and then the federal government would be able to enforce that the states carry that out. Good luck making that totalitarian if you have a functional constitution. All right, Darwin fan, give me your definition of a totalitarian regime.
And Mayor Fry. I'm asking for all the authorities in Minneapolis and the leaders to work with us. And there are two things that we have repeatedly asked the governor and the mayor to do. Number one, all we want them to do is that when they are going to release a dangerous criminal from their jails, turn them over to us so we can get them out of this country as soon as possible. Hey, guess what?
Thanks to federalism, they don't have to listen to you.
Back in the White House with President Trump's leadership, they have released over 490 criminals onto their streets rather than allow us to get them out of the country.
That's what's happening, Darwin fan. That is what is in process. You can call it totalitarian before it reaches an end state. That is what is in process. That is what we are moving toward, bit by bit by bit. And everybody wants to say it's not true until it is 100% accomplished.
Country to keep families safe. The second thing that we have asked the governor and the mayor to do is to help us keep people safe. Just give us backup on the streets while
the Republican Party right now is ignoring federalism. The main thing that they have stood on for decades, federalism, and they're completely ignoring it. We're really not. We're at the point where they can kick down your door without a warrant, arrest you, claim that you are an illegal immigrant, not show evidence to anyone, detain you, not give you a lawyer, kill you in prison, and have no consequences for it. They are ignoring they are claiming states don't have the right to not do things that the federal government says they must do. Things that are within the scope of state power, managing the people within their borders. Yeah, you don't have due process rights. They can arrest you without a criminal predicate. They're for what? Darwin fan, for what? Darwin fan, if you want to hop up in the Discord, you and I can chat mano a mano, voice to voice. That makes it a lot easier. We don't have to wait for you to type every time. Great. You've mentioned one facet of society. So that may have been what could be characterized as a totalitarian action, something that could constitute the concept of a regime that wants to consolidate power. Problem is, you're comparing that to a system that is that has stolen legislative power, ignored judicial power. They are just doing whatever they want. For now. Wow, allow for independent organizations. They are also cracking down on independent organizations that disagree publicly with the president. He wanted to punish law firms that stood publicly against him. Universities are not receiving federal funding if they don't agree with the president and support what he wants taught. Blue states aren't even receiving aid. And who's doing anything about it? The federal government is currently denying Minnesotans Medicaid funds because they feel like it. The president is committing acts of war on his own because he feels like it. No true gulags. Alligator Alcatraz. Sure it is, Darwin. It's not happening all at once, dude. That is just dense. That is dense of you to say. Yeah, disingenuous or dense. You can pick one or the other. Which one is it? Is it stupid or evil?
We do our targeted operations to get illegal criminals out of our country, and then we wouldn't have to be there facing these types of situations that we face with violent rioters who are impacting and attacking our law enforcement
Both sure
officers.
is an option to consider.
That's all.
Because willing stupidity is itself evil. Whether or not he wants to, it may be in question, but we are moving toward a state that can take control of independent organizations, of independent businesses. once you remove all guardrails, then the state can seize anything they want to. And they don't have to be directly nationalized for it to mean, like, control. You can control without direct, integration. It is in transition to totalitarianism, Darwin fan. Are you stupid or evil? God damn, dude. Yeah, and you can exercise authority without it being official or documented.
Those are the two requests that we've asked.
You know, like a lot of mafia shit. It's off the books.
Of them. We've asked them to help us do that so that we can continue to see success in Minneapolis like we see in so many other cities and communities across the country. But
this dude would look at a completely totalitarian regime and he'd be like, well, it doesn't say that it's allowed in the Constitution, so it's not totalitarian. Like, this administration could do whatever the fuck they want and then just preserve the Constitution as a document, put it in a building somewhere in public and be like, look, the Constitution is still there. Can't be totalitarian because the Constitution says this stuff isn't allowed. Bullshit, you wouldn't, Darwin. You're doing everything but.
Have refused because they want us talking about attacking law enforcement officers instead of the fraud and the theft that they facilitated in Minnesota.
Sorry, who's attacking law enforcement officers instead of fraud? So we're saying the Minnesota government is attacking law enforcement officers? Is that what's happening?
One thing I'd like to do before I take your questions on that situation on the storm is give you a few facts about the storm and what we're facing here in the coming days. This storm
Anyone
is going to produce
in chat
heavy
is welcome to
snow.
just ignore
It's going to
Darwin.
produce
That's fine.
dangerous freezing rain and ice and life-threatening wind chills that will be sustained for days. Power outages, road closures, and other impacts have already started to impact the Midwest, the South, and the East Coast. The most important thing that people can do across this country is to please stay off the roads, to stay home when possible, unless you absolutely
Fuck you, Christy
have to
Nome.
be
I
out
didn't
and
do
about.
that this
That will
evening.
not
I
only
stayed on the
ensure that you and
roads.
your family
I was
are
on the
safe,
roads this
but that
evening. I
emergency
went and watched 2
responders
episodes
aren't
of
out there
Traitors with my
trying to
friend, and then I came to
rescue
stream.
you when they could be out doing other work to proactively keep people safe and at home. Stay alert by listening to different announcements from your local officials and from your state. We want to remind everybody that in these
there goes
emergency disasters.
Any part of that. Thank you, Maddie, for sharing that. That was infuriating. All right, gang, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go put Laura to bed. I'll be back shortly. And hey, y'all are welcome to have some stuff ready for me to look at when I get back if you want to. All right, we're back. Seems like we've had some kind of issue arrive since I left. Easy Fan seems to be an interesting person. What's going on, Easy Fan? What's a suicide? I saw that first comment before I went away. What pretentiousness are you talking about? Ugh. Man, this chat feels pretty toxic tonight. The whole idea you guys gather behind, your egoism and self-righteousness. What are you referring to? Don't shy away from it. Be direct. Hi, Maddie. Glad you got a nap in. Easy, you want to chat? You can come up in Discord chat. But you're not talking about what you're referring to. You're like, even if you defined those words, it wouldn't help because you're not talking about what you're referring to. Yes, please do. Insulting me isn't gonna work. If you're not a coward, just talk directly about what you mean. Easy as that. Unalived themselves to ice? So, how do we decide when someone does something that makes someone else's action killing them a suicide? How do we determine that? Again, you're welcome to come up to voice chat. Yes, Maddie. What? Just a blatantly evil person. It's fine. I think I'll put that back on. Just turn it down a little bit. Did anybody find something that they wanted me to look over while I was gone, or? Hi, Lasagna. Hi. Your actions are the only reason it happens. Well, you're certainly removing the agency from the actor whose action was the direct cause of the death. The only reason? That's certainly not something you actually believe. Lasagna, you can't do that. You can't do that. You're gonna unplug the headphones. Did the actor who caused the death have agency? No, we can't agree on that because someone can be pretentious without someone reacting by killing them. How is recording ice pretentious? How is helping someone up off the sidewalk pretentious? Tell me that, Easy. How is helping somebody up off the sidewalk pretentious? Yeah, but Easy, that's just dumb. Somebody is allowed to be pretentious by law. Even if it were pretentious, granting you that it were pretentious, that is not a cause of death. You know, we can trace it back, Easy. Let's trace it back. What was the direct cause? Like, if we listed a cause of death on the death certificate, what would it be? Let's go step by step. Don't weasel out of this. Let's go step by step. What was the cause of her death on a death certificate? Oh, symbolic. Oh, symbolic. You like, so you don't like facts. Yeah, what was the cause of death? She was shot to death. What was the cause of the bullet going into the side of Renee Good's head? What was the cause of that? Don't skip any steps. A gun fired. What was the cause of the gun firing? The police officer did indeed shoot her dead. As a murder, I might add. Legally. It was a murder. There really, like, legally, there isn't even really any question. No, there really isn't any question about it. If you know anything about law, there really isn't a question about it. We can get to that in a second. If you want to continue to argue that, we can get to it in a second. Now, the officer shot her dead. What caused the officer to shoot her dead? Agent, actually, not an officer, an agent, an ICE agent. It's not too close to argue in court. If you know any, like, we'll walk through it. We'll walk through it. If you knew anything about criminal law, there's no question about how that would go in court. Absolutely not any. We'll go through it. Don't worry about it. Let's stick with the first point. What caused the officer to shoot Renee Good? You're ignoring the point, Easy. We'll get to that in a second. What caused the officer to shoot Renee Good? Guys, let's not get into it yet. We're not going to get into whether or not it's murder yet. We're doing causation. Yeezy wants to be elementary, so we're going to be elementary for Yeezy. What caused the officer to discharge their weapon into the side of Renee Good's head? Insecurity, it might be one answer. No, what caused him to discharge his weapon into the side of her head? Her hitting him with her car doesn't cause him to shoot her in the side of her head. Trying to escape doesn't cause him to shoot her in the side of the head. Even if she took her partner's arm with if she took her partner's arm with her in her car, that doesn't cause him to shoot her in the side of the head. What caused him to discharge his weapon? Oh, thanks, Dan McClay. Welcome here. I'm not leading. You just haven't given an answer. Do you need a hint? It was his volition. His volition caused him to discharge his weapon into the side of her head. Now, could he have taken some other action? This would go much faster if you'd come up into voice chat. I don't know. I don't think that Yeezy would recognize a sign of intelligence if it slapped him in the face. If it hit him with a car. Okay, Yeezy fan, let's just jump to the point of it. It was, we all saw the same video and we have different opinions because we were both biased, but the truth is that the video shows, no, Yeezy, that just literally means you don't understand how things work. You can have an opinion and your opinion can be wrong. You just don't understand how things work. It was a volitional act that caused him to discharge his pistol into the side of her head, which was the direct cause of her death. And she did not cause him to have a volitional action. So even if she were being pretentious, her pretentiousness was not the cause of the bullet being fired into her. Now, if you want to say he had a defense for his volitional action, that's a different thing. He could justifiably have a volitional act that caused him to do what he did. But that actually doesn't apply in this case, so here's how we can prove. See, but that's a defense. His volitional act is still the cause of her death. Because nothing that she did caused the pistol to discharge. Now, you can say he had a self-defense claim for one bullet. For a single bullet. Because when this goes to court, if it goes to court, as it should go to court, each one of those shots is going to be analyzed separately. Because you cannot have a blanket self-defense. You cannot justify any action that follows your justified self-defense claim with the same defense. Every single act. Because each bullet was a separate volitional act. Each one will be judged under the self-defense claim. So once he stepped out of the way of that vehicle, he no longer had any claim of defense at all. None at all. So the third bullet that struck her in the side of the head had no justification whatsoever. That was murder. And if you know anything about law, there is absolutely no way that a jury could say anything else. If the jury responded to the jury form, responding to the negative on facts that occurred on camera, then the case would just have a successful motion for new trial. I have a 2-0 record because I left litigation. Yeah, is he citing law textbooks? I'm supposed to have my religious liberty textbook up here somewhere. I doubt he even knows what a law textbook looks like. So, eat absolute shit, Yeezy, you murder-justifying piece of shit. God damn. Y'all will justify anything. Y'all will justify everyone losing their rights. Even your own. If you're an American, that's what you're doing. You're just laughing because it's happening to someone else. You don't realize it's happening to you too. Yeah, I'm the one that looks dumb right now, Yeezy. Way to go. Way to go. What's Maddie responding to now? Oh, I think Yeezy is actually a groiper, so I don't know if engaging is going to be good for your mental health. Oh, I'll shut down a groiper. You should have seen me last night. Yeah, I was argued with that guy for a few hours before I just lost it on him. Pointed out what an idiot he is, what a monstrous idiot he is. It's fine with everybody losing their rights, even if it includes him. I don't actually know what is grouped under the term groiper. Hold on a second here. Are all of them Nazis? Wouldn't they just call them Nazis? So why do we call them Groypers if they're just Nazis? Are they Nazis or fascists? Nobody's doing that here, Yeezy. At a minimum, they're calling fascists Nazis, which I think is defensible. Well, if they're a Nazi, they're a fascist. You don't have to clarify that. And by the way, Yeezy, we have had self-proclaimed Nazis on this channel. Like, so if I say I debated a Nazi, I did debate a Nazi. They're doing that here? No, at a minimum, they're calling fascist Nazis. It's not everyone who disagrees with them. If you support what's happening right now, you are a fascist. By the way. Nazis exist, people are stupid? Yeah, I mean, Nazis are stupid, for sure. In here? I don't. Who has been called a fascist that has not been a fascist in here? If you agree with what the Trump administration is doing right now, you are a fascist. That's not a matter of whether you disagree with me or not, because plenty of people can disagree with me. They've done it in tonight's chat. Plenty of people disagree with me. That doesn't make them a fascist. Because you are supporting the centralization of power in the state through a what's the word I'm looking for? A faux populist movement that enforces its will upon the people against their rights. It is the enforcement of will through centralized state power through a faux populist movement. In simplest terms. Yeah. Especially through the centralization of state power behind one man or one branch of government illegally. Dude, it doesn't matter if you won the popular vote. Things can still be illegal. Things can still be done by the executive branch that are not within the confines of constitutional executive power. Way to go. Yeezy, do you know how the Constitution works? Yes, that is a simplified version of the traditional definition of fascism. No, that's not just populism. I'm not going through Umberto Eco's 14 points of fascism. I'm giving you a simplified definition. Because once you get to the 14 points, then you get to a means by which to identify fascism, and you've basically moved away from a definition. This is true, evil alien robot. Yeezy, a democratic vote doesn't give you the mandate, a legal mandate to do whatever you want. That's not how that works. I love this side conversation. I like your style. Whisper me. The Trump admin has not demonstrated any desire to establish a corporatist state where all social organizations are directly incorporated into That is beyond what fascism is, dude. That is beyond fascism. You're going for a very specific kind of fascism. You are going to a definition of a different term, a specific kind of fascism. By whose definition, Darwin fan? Who are you relying on for that? Benito Mussolini? Thanks, I'm not relying on Mussolini's definition of fascism. And what are we talking about? Gentile version fascism? Easy, how many court cases have you won? Nice. Sit down, child. Great. That's not the only form of fascism. No, they were minor cases, but you weren't actually correct. Why, webcam, come on. I'm not gonna say that they were huge cases. I did win like a $500,000 demand letter. That was nice. That ended that case really quickly. You're not gonna make me feel bad about the 2 cases I won during my first year as an attorney. Great. Do you have anybody from, let's say the last 50 years that wrote on fascism that would say that that is a fundamental part of fascism? That's not even an acute observation, Easy. Acute would be a narrow lens of focus. What was the narrow lens of focus of your comment, of your observation? Right? How? I can't believe you only won 2 of your 2 court cases. Are you using the definition having or showing a perceptive understanding or insight? Shrewd? Because I don't know what about what you said was perceptive. Let's see, you asked, how many cases have you won and lost? And I said 2 and 0. And then you said the 2 cases you won must have been car accident injuries, which I don't even know what point you're trying to make with that. What even is that? What are you trying to even say? Yeah, we don't frown on researching things in this channel. Congratulations, you've reached a channel where the person calls themselves Know Nothing in their name, in their brand. Wow. But Austin, did you study directly under... Fascism has been irrelevant. It hasn't... In the field of academic study, it has not been irrelevant in the last 50 years. People research these things. Don't pretend like I know what? What are you saying I pretend like I know? It is okay to be wrong. So, like, stick to your guns. Recognize that there isn't a defensible, was it affirmative defense for the 2nd and 3rd bullets for Renee Good. And there definitely was no affirmative defense in the case of Alex Preddy. Oh, Ozymandias, thank you for asking. I can give you the Discord link. I do need to establish a permanent Discord link, so I have to update it. There you go. I do know what acute means. It's just a different meaning of the word acute. Well, it's not pretentious if I can recognize that I identified the wrong meaning of acute that you were using and accept that I was wrong about that. How is that pretentious? Oh, Burnslot says, can we go through the list of American rights to see what has been lost? I have lost my First Amendment right to have anti-American, anti-Christian, and anti-capitalist speech on a public platform without it being used, like being available to be used against me as a basis for investigation into whether I've committed criminal acts under NSPM 7. People have lost their Fourth Amendment rights to not have their home entered by someone without a judicial warrant. People have lost their Sixth Amendment rights to have an attorney present when they are detained. I have lost my First Amendment right for my daughter to attend public school without having some kind of religious education forced upon her. Thank you. Due process rights were completely violated. Somebody could call you an illegal alien, arrest you because that's what they said, and then just remove you from the country. That's what we've lost. Darwin fan, that's idiotic. There was an actual ideology of the first person who formulated an idea of fascism. He didn't fit what Gentile described, so I feel comfortable just not allowing the term to be used by him about him by other people. Great. So can we at least agree then that the Trump regime is centralizing executive power illegally to force ideology upon the people that is held by the executive in power, and that rights are being removed and violated, and that it was done through a faux populist movement that didn't actually support the ideals it claimed to support. Which part of that is incorrect? Yeah, killing protesters is a big one. I've apparently lost my right to help someone up off the sidewalk. Oh, fuck off, Darwin. Fuck off. Okay, we got somebody up in the chat box. What's going on? Let's see. I should have been getting this ready. You're muted, by the way. You know what's been fun, Darwin, is in the past, if you were even right about other administrations removing people's rights, when a court notes that they have removed those rights and tells them to fuck off, those administrations have fucked off. Dan, do you mind sharing what source you're pulling from for that definition? Yeah, 2 people have been unjustifiably murdered. Here goes Darwin again saying, well, if it's in a transition into this, then it's not it. It has to be 100% there for it to count. Completely disingenuous and intellectually cowardly. Roan, if you like, I can't hear you, dude. You're still muted. Ozymandias visage. Darwin fan, less and less political opposition is allowed. Less and less. Okay, that's fine. Less and less, Darwin. Less and less. At what point do we get to say it's fascist then? How many rights do we have to have removed? How much political by the way, I'm up here having politically opposing him in a way that he has already violated my rights on. Through an SPM 7, because of what I'm doing right now, I can be the subject of an investigation just for this. Just for this. So does that count in your opinion? Is that opposition allowed? Oh, okay. So it's just it's a partial fascism. It's a partial fascism. Do you know how ridiculous you fucking sound? You are not a serious person. You're a joke of a person because you think this is a game. You're yeah, un petit fascisme. We're over here like being upset about rights being violated, and you want to point out that like from your position it doesn't meet some kind of definitional approval. When I say what I mean by it, and then I back up what I mean by it, So you're not a serious person. Oh, I don't mean to skip over a Yeezy comment. As a lawyer, does it concern you when everyone you disagree with speaks like they are actually educated, while the other side goes Nazi, fascist, Hitler, white supremacy? Well, actually, statistically, the other side is less educated. Statistically, the majority of experts are left-leaning. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I absolutely do back it up. I back up everything that I say I mean. I defined fascism for you from for the definition I use, and I backed up all of that. I didn't back up the faux populism, but I don't really consider that a point worth considering. That's not the part that is upsetting. How they attain centralized executive power to enforce political ideals on other people that disagree with them is part I care about. How you do that doesn't matter to me. I don't give a shit what you think about the quality of my definition. You are not a serious person if that's what you're concerned about. You are a joke. I'm he, him. Thank you for asking, Dan. My name is Austin also. You can call me Know Nothing or Austin or Hey Guy. Or hey, he, they is also fine. What's going on in Discord? He said he had to be back in like 5 minutes. No, the definition isn't what I fucking care about, Darwin. I care about losing our fucking rights. I care about people being killed unjustifiably by the state. If what you're coming in to be worried about is definitions, that's what makes you an unserious person. You are arguing definitions with people. That makes you unserious. Darwin, if you want to disagree with me on definitions, I don't give a shit. Like, I will step off my definition like I did just a minute ago and say, well, do you agree that these things are happening? And then I'll back those things up. Okay. Well, you're welcome to come on the mic anytime you want to. You're muted. Yeezy, you have not demonstrated yourself to be intelligent. You don't know how the law works. So far, you have only looked ignorant about how law works. Your previous message. It won't... Huh? Okay, I'm back in. Discord is saying I am suppressed. I can't unmute myself. Huh. That's weird. That's the second time that's happened. Did you go through the process of validating yourself with the server? Arguing definitions as well, streamer? Only when you argued about the definitions being used. And like, you're like, oh, I just don't agree with you. And I'm like, well, I don't agree with you either. So what's the point of arguing about the definition? It is suppressing political opposition. Go figure. You accepted the rules, then why isn't it letting you speak? The thing I had to do last time was create a different channel. Let me see if I can fix it in a different way, though. Permissions. Verified. View channels. Can connect to voice chat. Can speak. Why? Can you talk now? Can you unmute? Oh, I'm still in the... Well, I just tried to change it, so see if you can unmute now. Right-wingers only want to play a game where they can try to find a way to nearly justifiably weasel out of a very obvious thing. They're like, is there like the sliver of a defensible position? Then I will claim that to the point where I can be like, well, we just don't know then until next conversation. Still can't talk? Well, I'll just start another room then. I'll have to research that. I need to make a note. Where's my list? There it is. Server mute is not checked. I can like check and uncheck it. I've moved you into a new channel. Hopefully you can unmute yourself now. We've already given you two simple definitions, dude. You're just arguing definitions at this point. What is the point of arguing definitions? I disagree with the version of fascism that you are claiming to be the only functional definition of fascism. It's a stupid point to have an issue with. Sure, under your definition that I disagree with, it doesn't apply. By what standard, Darwin? This is so stupid. That's not a buzzword usage. It is a description of a political system. Because I don't think you have an accurate description of fascism. Okay, in the waiting room. Are you able to unmute now? Or I'll move you over to the other one. Okay, can you unmute in this room? Dude, I don't know what's going on with why it won't let you unmute. That it says you're not verified. Well, let me try. All right, you should be able to do it now. It says you're not it said you weren't verified, and then I verified you myself. Yeah, no true Scotsmaning the definitions of fascism. Darwin fan, you're still having arguments about definitions. Why? What is the point? Yeah, try refreshing again. Now that I've verified you. I'm a little concerned about this individual, considering that they said that they went through the process with the server, and it said that they weren't verified. I had to verify them myself, and also the fact that they were just like immediately came in the chat and was like, "How do I get up in the server?" Hey, it looks like you can talk now.
Hello?
I don't hear you though. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Incredible. Awesome. Sorry about that.
What did you want to talk about
So
before I
I have
get
a
into
few
the
things.
questions?
Yeah, of course. I have a few things I'd like to talk about, but they all kind of relate to ICE. I don't
Okay.
necessarily disagree with your prompt. Um, I do think that ICE is kind of a terrorist organization, and I definitely think that it needs to be legally dismantled and abolished. There was one thing that I wanted to bring onto your live stream. So
Maddie, is it good now?
there was a article that I saw earlier today from I think it was NBC, and it struck me. It struck me pretty hard because the reporter on the news live stream was literally lying about the law, and I was wondering, since you're an attorney, I was wondering if you had any thoughts on what we could do to prosecute media agencies that literally lie about our laws and perpetuate state violence by um, propagandizing the public into believing that what's happening with ICE is kind of like a legal dispute instead of something that's ostensibly legal.
Okay. So you're saying that you want to hold media companies accountable for lies that they say on air?
Yeah. I was wondering how we could go about that as a country and how we could go about like dismantling the media apparatus that's kind of enabling all of this violence. I have a link to the article that I'm mentioning. I can put it in the general chat if you would like to take a look at it, but
Sure.
about I think 35 seconds in, the reporter starts talking about
Well, before we do that, let me do something else real quick. There we go. I at least like to know who I'm talking with a little bit. Can I get your name, age, and pronouns, please?
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Ron, and I'm 19 years old, and my pronouns are he, him.
And your political affiliation that you would self-describe as?
I would call myself a democratic socialist. For a while, I've identified with anarchistic politics, but I feel like we're kind of at a point right now where we kind of need the state to achieve the things that we believe in at a very fundamental level, or at least advance the struggle. So I think I would call myself kind of a democratic socialist.
Okay. So, did you share it in general?
Yes.
Cool. Then I will pull it up in just a second. Just wanted to size it up so other people can see.
Real quick.
Just a heads up, everybody. I'm probably going to call it after this one.
Real quick. Just so you know, I think the Discord server, it was asking for like push to talk for any calls. I guess it makes sense because you probably get a lot of people that come in here with background noise, but I just want to let you know.
I just haven't. I wasn't aware of that, and nobody's mentioned it before. Are you like? Is it still push to talk?
Yeah, I still push to talk, but
All right.
I'm okay with it. I'm just not really used to it.
Give me 1 second here. Oh, let me pause that. I don't want to make you have to do push to talk. It sounds like a pain in the ass. I don't see where that option is. Well, for the sake of moving on with things, I'll have to figure that out later. Okay.
Yeah, that's all good.
I agree. Evil alien robot, democratic socialist. That's what's up. Supporting a system that doesn't definitionally cause poverty.
It's good to know so many of us are out there. Just for some surrounding context, I can say I'm a college student. I'm also a political organizer. I'm trying to get, I won't say where I am in the country, but I am in the US, and it's kind of like a small town in a red state, but it's the biggest town that we have in that red state, if that makes sense. So,
Okay.
we're trying to, my organization at the
I've got a
college that I'm
guess,
at
so I'm
is,
not gonna say it out loud.
yeah.
I
My
I may have
organization at the
applied to go to
college
law
I'm at.
school there, maybe.
Ooh, ooh. Well, our law program is kind of up in arms right now because one of the people who worked under the law program said some shit about Charlie Kirk and got completely fired for it.
Oh, well, now you're letting people know where you're at.
No, no, actually, it's kind of crazy because there's like multiple big
Happening
city
all over the
colleges
place.
in my area. Yeah,
Sure is a shame that you can't call somebody out for being a piece of shit after they're dead.
yeah.
Maddie's
But
already got you. Thinks she's got you pinned. Okay, you're a political organizer. Like, good for you at 19. That's
yeah,
like it took me a couple decades before I got in any way politically involved. Um, I kind of wanted to stay out of this, but ended up like feeling like I had to do something. So here I am.
I mean, that's kind of how I feel. Like from an early age, I kind of want to be an actor, but I guess in eighth grade or ninth grade, I kind of like saw how fucked things were, and I had to like I just couldn't ignore it.
Well, yeah, good for you. I'm glad you at least recognize it. I know a lot of people your age just are like so tuned out that they don't even know that there is an American government. They might as well not know that there is one. Because I had somebody last night that I was debating with. We got on the subject of free speech, and I was explaining how like a private company suppressing things you say is not a violation of your free speech rights. And when I asked him, I was like, "What do you think the First Amendment says?" He was like, "Well, I assume that it says blah blah blah." I was like, "Oh no, okay. You don't just assume what the Constitution." Oh my god, it sucks. It sucks that that's where we are.
Yeah, it really does. I don't mean to. We don't need to ring it in right now, but like the article that I linked, really struck me because like the Fourth Amendment's being violated right now. ICE officers are kind of being instructed to carry out administrative warrants as though they were judicial like house
To
search
directly
warrants.
violate the Fourth Amendment, like if
I
we are
mean,
to take like prior ICE documents into account in judging the current one, then ICE understands that what they are now promoting their agents to do is a violation of constitutional rights. Oh yeah,
yeah,
the guy
absolutely.
from last night thought there was a British Tea Party. uh, well, Maddie wanted to ask what your major is, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no problem. I'm majoring in sociology right now. I just changed it from psychology.
All right, like we definitely need some people researching why people are the way they are these
Yeah,
days.
definitely.
Yeah. Okay. Was there more background you wanted to give?
Yeah, sure. So, I guess, I something that kind of pertains to the theme of your live stream. I haven't really like sat in any live streams. This is the first time I'm on, but like, I understand you're a lawyer. I'm trying to, um, right now write some city ordinances, some progressive city ordinances that we could canvass for and
Damn.
make popular with people. It's kind of a arduous process because I don't really like, I'm not that familiar with legal language, but I just wrote like a resolution the other day to declare a housing crisis, and we've got a lot of signatures on it, but um, the mayor is being kind of resistant to passing it.
Um. Do you mind if I see the text of it?
Sure, yeah, I'll send it to.
Cool. I'd love to see that. I remember for like a Boy Scout assignment for like, was it the merit badge, citizenship in your community, citizenship in the community, and then citizenship in the nation and citizenship in the world are the three citizenship merit badges. I remember like you had to like write a governmental representative and ask them like to take some kind of action. I asked them to remove a stop sign that was in the middle of a road that had no, like, there was no turn. It was just a stop sign pointed both ways on a like, two-way road.
That's funny because when I started like trying to figure out how like ordinances are and resolutions are written, I was reading up on like a resolution that was written for like the same thing, like a removal of a stop sign, and then there was another one for like a bike lane. Anyway, that's not really relevant, but
Yeah,
I'll send the
that's a pretty
resolution
common
in.
one. Okay. All right, are we ready to listen to this clip? How far do you want me to go into it? I mean, it's pretty short, but
About 35 seconds is when I think the reporter on the scene is talking.
okay, I'm about there anyway. Um, Interesting thing to note about um like media lies is, I mean, they're very practiced in like the language that they choose to use because they are a private company. So if you say something that is a lie about a person, you can sue them for defamation. Um, so, but it's the bigger concern, I think, is when they say lies about things in general, like things about what the government is doing, things about like what is happening like with the climate, or like things that aren't directly about a person. Like, you don't have standing to call out their lie. If they say a lie about something general like that, then no one can sue them for it. And that, at least not that I'm aware of, there might be some legislation in some states, I don't know, but I mean, that would probably be an infringement on their First Amendment rights, but I think we probably need to change that. We need to have a way to hold them accountable for general lies. We need to create a cause of action. That would be my quick answer to what you have asked. And honestly, the quick answer is, if we're talking about general statements, like we'll see what we're talking about here in just a minute. If we're talking about general statements, then we need an amendment. That would be the only way we could change it. The only way we could change it under our Constitution, if we're following the Constitution again. But in terms
Yeah.
of like if we are allowed to do it, it would have to be to create a cause of action. You can't sue somebody unless the law gives you some basis for suing someone. Most things we have are like old judicially created law, like the classic forms of torts, things you can sue people for damages. But like other things, if those haven't been historically recognized, then generally you have to have something in law that allows you to sue someone.
Yeah, I mean, I know about, so there's like stochastic terrorism charges that never really like get thrown at people, but could theoretically be posed towards like Fox anchors that say things that encourage violence. But I think, and I guess you'll see what I mean in a second, but I think that after watching that clip, it
Also,
just
by the
makes me
way,
feel like,
good on you
yeah, go
having
ahead.
good on you having a profile pic of 2D.
Oh my God, I'm so glad you recognized it. Yeah,
I know
Gorillaz
Gorillas.
is like my favorite band.
I mean, like, as far as I'm concerned, I'm surprised you know who Gorillas is.
Listen, man, Gorillaz is my favorite band. It's like all I listen to. It's kind of embarrassing. I need to listen to more music.
Yeezy, do you need attention, homie? What's going on with you? I wasn't even talking to you.
Well, anyway, to
Oh,
kind of
wait,
wrap up
sorry,
what
I
I was
didn't.
saying.
Do you mind if I share this on screen?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Oh, shoot, we got the freaking there. Whoops.
I'm not that worried about doxing myself. My real actual name is on Discord. I am actually named Roan.
Well, I'm still a baby streamer. I got to get my shit together and not do shit like that.
No, it's all good.
Declare housing crisis. Resolution to declare a housing crisis in the city of Little Rock. And, well, that would have outed you again. Whereas the city recognizes the fundamental importance of adequate housing as a basic human right, cornerstone of community well-being. Whereas the United States Census Bureau's American Community Survey defines cost burden as, well, my first comment to you as somebody who drafts legal documents all the time would be justify your text. so that it hits both the left side of the page and the right side of the page.
Oh yeah, true. I was kind of just working on it like a Google Doc. I took it from a different resolution that was passed and made a lot of amendments to it.
You're not asking for general recommendations here, but I'm having to hold myself back because I have to review some younger attorney stuff at my job, and I'm in that mode right now. I've got to get out of it.
I get you, no worries.
Okay, cool, good. Okay, so you're writing this from their perspective. Good. City Board of City of Little Rock hereby declares a housing crisis in the city of Little Rock, recognizing the urgent need for comprehensive solutions to address housing safety, affordability, availability, and accessibility. City Board of the City of Little Rock, Arkansas hereby commits to continue supporting the efforts already underway by the city to address the housing crisis and will work to identify additional funding toward those efforts. Section 3, that the City Board of the City of Little Rock, Arkansas hereby commits to the establishment of an ad hoc housing crisis task force to be formed with the following guidelines. The task force will be formed by the end of the second quarter of 2026. That seems pretty fast for the local government to move. The task force will consist of 7 to 11 members to be appointed by the mayor. I mean, it might not be unreasonable. I'm not familiar with organizing task forces. I just don't have a lot of hope for governments doing things quickly.
Yeah, I understand. It's difficult in Little Rock because everything that happens at a city government level basically goes through the mayor. We have like the director model.
I've been part of a team trying to convince the state of Virginia to do certain things with their Medicaid program for 2.5 years, and we're almost done implementing it, but it takes forever. The task force will consist of 7 to 11 members to be appointed by the mayor with expertise or a demonstrated interest in housing services, housing development, city planning and policy, and economics, representing government agencies, nonprofit organizations, renter groups, and community members. Task force will be active for 1 calendar year following the date of its creation, and the city board reserves the right to extend said term at its discretion. Well, good job putting a sunset clause in there. How was it phrased? Following the date of its creation. Review the available. Did you base this off of language that was already in their ordinances?
Yeah, it was based off of a resolution that was passed in a city. I guess it's not really a city, but like a big town somewhere else in my state.
Okay.
Called Fayetteville.
Good work. Review the available. The City Board of the City of Little Rock, Arkansas requests that the Housing Crisis Task Force review the available data regarding housing availability and accessibility of safe and affordable housing to the residents and prospective residents of Little Rock. Recommend target metrics that would indicate success in maintaining a healthy housing market with sufficient access to safe and affordable housing for residents and prospective residents of Little Rock. Identify specific regulatory and market barriers to the production of sufficient safe and affordable housing in Little Rock. Propose specific policy recommendations to the city board within 1 year of first convening. And when you say that you base this on a resolution from Fayetteville, did you copy all the concepts that needed to be required for a task force? I wouldn't know whether just glancing at this, would you need to establish how and when they meet, how they're going to budget for this?
I think it's that's a good question. Actually, I'm gonna write that down. I don't know if we can carve this out in the resolution because this is like a resolution for action that the government would have to take. The resolution doesn't force them to do it. Rather than, I guess it just declares that they will do it. But I can say that as for the specific requirements of who should be on the task force, I did change the language from the original resolution to not include landlords, because
So,
like originally the resolution was supposed to include landlords and property owners.
um, I was one of two people that helped create a local government in Texas, like a special purpose district, and one of the things that we did for the now I'm thinking about it. The resolution to create the district it was really simple. It was really simple. It only included the things that the the small government had to do themselves, which was just approve. They had to authorize the creation of the district, and it's after that for the first meeting of the district, we drafted some policies of the district for them to choose whether or not to adopt. So that may be a second thing that you want to consider, is looking at actually drafting policies for the group so that you can at least direct the directionally influence, like, this is how this group should operate from the inside, and be like, you just be like, and we also would submit to you these for recommendation for policies, and then that would be how they operate in terms of how they meet, when they meet, how they vote, how things operate in that way.
Yeah, we definitely want, because we were working with another organization locally that's like a tenants union, and they had input on kind of like the language of the resolution, but they definitely wanted to put a couple of their organizers on the task force committee and work with the city government to secure their nonprofit status on the committee.
Well, in short, my summary of this is, I don't think you got anything to worry about, dude. This is excellent. This is very, very good. This is more than I would expect from somebody of your age and experience in this. You're killing it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, now back to the video that you wanted to share. And if you have any specific questions about we were wondering about this, do you have any advice on that specific topic? If you want to DM me about that, I will answer any specific questions you have as to the best of my ability. Except if you're
I really
asking for legal
appreciate it.
advice.
I see. Well, you mean like personal legal advice?
Well, even if it's for an institution or something like that.
Oh, I see.
I can't offer legal advice. I basically just did some drafting advising, but
Yeah, drafting advising is all I'm concerned about.
sure. And things like lobbying or talking about how to lobby or whatever like that, I don't think would generally consist of legal advice, because lobbyists don't take on their the targets of their lobbying as clients.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what they've got to say on here. Hi, lasagna.
Minneapolis. Maggie, can we start with this new whistleblower memo? What does it say, and what do we know about it?
Yeah, but Hallie, basically what this appears to be, based on this memo, is kind of a loosening of ICE policy when it comes to how much liberty they take entering people's homes when trying to make an arrest. Previously, and I talked to one of our legal analysts about this just moments ago, they needed a judicial warrant giving them that authority to enter the home specifically. Now they can use something it's more of an administrative warrant. It's called an I-205, and that's when basically a judge has ordered a final removal of someone who's in the country illegally. Ordering them to be arrested and removed is a far cry, or at least a big difference, from ordering them or giving the officers access to the person's home. And that appears to be the contrast between this sort of former policy and this new policy. This memo was dated back in May, and these whistleblowers...
All right, first off, I don't like them just saying a judge says, because that's very different than an administrative judge says.
Yep, yeah.
Because in terms of an administrative judge, it's basically just saying ICE says that ICE can. That's wild.
Yeah. It's absolutely insane.
It's also really weird that they said previously they needed a judicial warrant, which would, but now they can use an I-205, which means that a judge said, it's like, well, hold on, you just said they needed a judicial warrant, now they don't, but you're saying a judge has to approve it. Where's the discrepancy there?
Yeah, they don't even mention that, like, the judge who makes the warrant to expedite whoever to the country or deport whoever, they like they talk as though that judge would be approving of the federal warrant being carried out as a like house search. You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, that's not what the I-205 form is for.
Yeah.
And also it's not a independent third-party judge.
Working through a group called Whistleblower Aid, said that it's basically what's been used to train a lot of new hires who are coming into cities like Minneapolis.
Also, I wanted to say that it was very irresponsible for them to say, now they can do this. You mean, according to ICE, they can now do this. Or according to DHS, they can now do this. That doesn't mean they can do that.
Yeah, they talk about it like it's kind of some inevitable unfolding that the universe has for us, or some kind of like event that takes place that there's no moral weight to, you know?
Well, I mean that's a separate question. Is like should the media be moralizing things more? And honestly, I think they should. They really should be calling out a bunch of behavior that they are not calling out. But we definitely know that, you know, this is corporate owned media, so they are going to, as long as the corporations support the current regime, they are not going to call these things into question. They are going to soften, dampen, and obfuscate as much as they can. My concern is strictly was like implying that because ICE said something or DHS said something, that does give authority. Well, you can't give authority that is not yours to give. Sock Now in chat says, I think in this sort of cases there is government overreach. I think there needs to be a limit on options. What do I mean? If you decide to do anything internally like government agency and you have a plan, you should abide by that plan as the tactic. You cannot deviate with these different options of I-205 and stuff like that. Well, it's like the way things currently work, and this is now dangerous because of the Trump regime, is Congress authorizes agencies, or they create agencies, and then they define the bounds of what the agencies can do. And they used to be able to determine whether or not the president could directly and without cause remove the head of the agency. And thereby they could create independent agencies that were not, that operated outside of the influence of the president. So as long as Congress gives an agency authority to do something, then that is within their authority to do. But violating like, this is so far removed, like violating Fourth Amendment rights is not something that Congress can give the authority to DHS to do, is not something that DHS can give authority for ICE to do, is not something ICE can give their authority to agents to do. None of them have that authority.
That's a really good point. I think that and I think that that's kind of the line that needs to be hammered into people, that like at every single level of this, people are disobeying the Fourth Amendment. That
right. I mean, I don't think Congress. I don't think Congress is part of it anyway. Like, I'm just saying, if Congress wanted to authorize
these days.
Right. Yeah. Congress is irrelevant, and that's part of the agency problem, is that Congress is just surrendering legislative power to agencies. And now we see what happens when somebody steps in under executive or unitary executive theory, which is, are you familiar with unitary executive theory?
Yeah.
Okay. In case anybody's listening that is not familiar with it, unitary executive theory. I go into this if you check out the YouTube. I did an hour and a half breakdown of a 5-minute PragerU video that was just all propaganda, and not just propaganda, but also like propagandistic rhetoric strategies, and we break down a lot of it, and I go into unitary executive theory pretty in depth there. But in short, it is the idea that because the Constitution vests all executive power in the president, that means the president should be able to directly direct all agencies. The problem with that is, like, textually, that's fine, because the president is supposed to be in charge of all executive power. So as long as the president is willing to allow agencies to exist under, I mean, technically the president is supposed to follow orders issued to him by Congress. So if Congress creates agencies and says don't touch those, then the president shouldn't be allowed to touch them. But if you're giving the president the authority to directly influence every agency, then that means the things that come with those agencies also are under the power of the president. And the big threat of that is agencies have legislative power and pseudo judicial power. They are able to make rules on their own that have the force of law. They don't have the same force of law as a statute, but they have force of law until they go outside the bounds of their power, and they have the authority to determine who is or is not violating those regulations. And so now if you pass that over to a president, suddenly the president is making law and judging who is or is not following that law. So you are giving to the president powers that the president does not have, that is not authorized to him by the Constitution. And so that's where we're in big trouble with, like, ICE or DHS just deciding what they want to do. Anyway, moving on. Oh, and I want to give my summary point there that I go into in that video, and that is, if someone supports unitary executive theory, do not trust that person. They do not have your best interests in mind. Back to it.
And we're talking about the other cities across the country now where we're seeing operations kick up, especially in Maine, just in the last 24 hours. Basically, the way our legal analysts put it, this has been technically legal to use this warrant to end.
No. No. Absolutely not.
Legal to use this warrant in Maine kick up, especially in Maine, just in the last 24 hours. Basically, the way our legal analysts put it, this has been
Wow. Wow.
You see what I mean?
Yeah. You have to have a judicial warrant that is specific to like what you intend to like target in your warrant. You have to be specific about the location and the extent that the warrant covers. Like you can't like go into a place and then look for whatever you want to. The warrant has to be as specific as to say what you are to look for within the place. So not only do they not have a warrant, they don't have a specific warrant. Like the Fourth Amendment applies to people, not citizens. It applies to people, and it doesn't have exceptions like this. You can't just violate people's Fourth Amendment rights. This is one of the like cornerstone rights. Like this was a huge deal in the Revolutionary War, or like pre-Revolutionary War era. Was that they could just go search whoever they wanted for whatever. And that was also being abused, like what happens with ICE is when you just kind of say, hey, just go fuck with these people. They're going to go outside their authority and claim to have authority. So people in the pre-revolutionary era would just say they have authority to search a building and just go do it. This is horrid. I want to know who their legal analyst is.
Technically,
yeah, it's kind of crazy that they were instructed to say this. I remember a lot of conversations, and I'm sorry for kind of butting in. I know you're showing the clip, but I remember having conversations with people who voted for Donald Trump in 2024 right after it happened,
Hmm.
especially as he came into office and ICE was ramping up their bullshit. And the resounding answer that I got from people when I asked, do like, does the like First Amendment, do constitutional rights apply to immigrants? The resounding answer that I got was like, no. And it made me think, like, at what point did this switch happen? At what point did the Republican Party, the MAGA media base, whatever, um, flip that switch where constitutional rights don't apply for immigrants? Because I just don't remember a point at which all of the news stations were saying this, and I almost think that um,
I don't even
the
think that really
formation of
happened in the
ICE,
first term. I don't think that
yeah,
happened with Trump's.
it didn't. It absolutely didn't. The ICE was certainly not weaponized in this way under the first term, and I feel like that flip in people's head of the constitutional amendments do not apply to immigrants
Well, it
was
depends on what
had to
amendment
have
you're
that
talking about.
leap
It
in
depends on the
logic.
specific language.
Yeah, of course, of course. I think that there are amendments that can be broken and amendments that can't be
It's well,
right
it's
now,
it.
or like there are things that they can't and can get away with.
Well, the question is like, does the amendment say citizens or does it say people? Because in law, we assume that especially when lawmakers use two different words in two different occasions, then they intended them to mean different things. So when they say people, we know they didn't mean citizens, and that has been Supreme Court precedent for ages.
Yeah, and it was never overturned by the Supreme Court, but people are all of the sudden kind of just fine with overturning that logic in their head. And I think that that leap was kind of made at the formation of ICE. So for like ICE to justify itself existing in the first place, it has to justify why like the police cannot pursue criminal activity that is done by immigrants. You know what I mean? Immigrants are something else.
Just
Immigrants
to,
are
just just a heads up, we got a bad winter storm, of course, and I don't know what it is for everybody else, but I know it's bad in Austin right now. I just had my lights flicker, so if I disappear, that's the reason. What's going on,
understood,
Eleni?
understood. Hope everybody's staying warm.
So ICE was formed in 2003. I feel like the rhetoric switch on who is deserving of rights happened just in 2025. I think it came with the violations of the Fifth Amendment, and then came the justification from the talking heads, who I imagine got their talking points from people who were actually associated with the federal government, with the Trump regime. And so then that started being fed to the public through the talking heads, and people absorbed, well, there is no Fifth Amendment right for those people, which I think is just the most insane one to say. Like, oh, they don't have due process rights. I'm like, then you don't know what due process is. If they don't have due process rights, you don't either, because they can just say you belong to that group. And then what are you going to do? You can't prove anything because they're not giving you the chance to, because they're not giving you due process. You've just given them a justification to fuck with whoever they want at that point.
That is true. I think that, well, past like it wasn't at any other point before 2025 that ICE was like breaking the Constitution to the extent that they are right now. And if they were before, it was in much more subtle ways that probably we couldn't even cite right now because they weren't reported in the media. But like,
sure,
at this point,
X and
I
F,
feel
we're
like
talking about when the rhetoric change happened, when people started saying broadly, immigrants don't have rights, that like the rights in the Bill of Rights don't apply to immigrants. That didn't used to be a common talking point. I think it really started last year. I don't think it was a common thing even until last year.
I don't. What kind of bothers me, and I guess I don't really have like a bigger point with this, but what bothers me is that I think that people, like everyday people, made the switch when ICE was formed. Like, the talking points have changed in the media and with the politicians now that it's actually happening. But to justify
When you
having
say
a
when
separate
you say the
police force
formation of ICE, what are you talking about?
in 2003, when they made ICE, I think that in order to justify that, or in order for most people to come to terms with that, or for that to be accepted, uh, there's some sort of switch that needs to happen in people's minds for people to think that immigrants need a separate police force than the municipal police.
Well, I mean, people have always thought that there was a need for border patrol, the FBI, the CIA. I mean, I don't know if CIA really has any like enforcement rights. I'm not sure if that's not sure how that works. But I mean, there are agents of like there are IRS agents who have enforcement policy. It's just a matter of who's applying what laws because the like local police can't enforce federal laws.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, actually, I think the CIA got their in-country operating rights taken away.
Wow.
But
Not one I'm familiar with. XNF, are you
I don't.
talking about Snowvid? When we got like snowed in for 2 weeks? I don't know. I don't understand like why you're talking about that, but yeah, I mean, there is a winter storm going on in Central Texas right now. I remember Snowvid. I was still in law school at the time.
That's funny. They think we're talking about like ice falling from the
I don't
sky.
think XNF thinks that. I just don't understand why XNF is going on about it.
Well, anyway, I think when ICE was formed in 2003, I don't think that the rhetoric was explicitly that immigrants don't have constitutional rights, but I think that I don't know.
Sure, I mean,
I
like
guess I don't
obviously
really know.
ICE
I
could
don't know how to
conduct it.
verbalize exactly what I'm saying,
I mean,
but I think
surely
that the switch
ICE
from
could have
like
conducted.
ICE.
Sorry,
My bad.
I was just saying.
I
Surely ICE
yeah.
could conduct its operations within the bounds of constitutional rights.
In that case, I mean, I think that sorry, I guess I don't really know exactly what my point is. I don't know even if I'm arguing for a point exactly, but there's something that
I think I understand
I
what you
can't really
mean.
justify about
Like
ICE
we didn't
existing when
have
municipal police
ICE.
exist.
Like
Yeah,
you're
we
like
didn't have ICE
we
for a
didn't have
while.
ICE, and something had to happen where like people were thinking, okay, well now we need somebody to enforce this more. I mean, Border Patrol I think used to have like some operational like presence that did the same things, but they decided they needed a different department to handle specifically things within the borders. And I guess that did have to be justified by people, and that would just be the result of 9/11, I think.
That actually makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. But I mean, it's not justified. It's not fair to be like, oh, well, we got attacked by some people from the Middle East, like radical Islamic terrorists. So what we need is to start cracking down on people we weren't cracking down on before here. Like, why? What did they have to do with that?
Yeah,
To use this
I wonder if I were to ask your opinion, when do you think that like the MAGA movement started? Because I think that it clearly started before Trump. You couldn't really call it the MAGA movement back then, but like the
It
Tea Party
started with
existed.
it started with the Tea Party, I think.
Yeah.
That I think 9/11 like shook a lot of people in the United States. A lot of people gave up a lot of like surveillance state rights that like they did the thing that Ben Franklin told them not to, and that was like give up freedoms for security. And because of that, there was maintained this air of like persistent insecurity and fear. And then people like two things happened. I'm not sure when each of them happened. One was people learned to how do you put that? Monetize. They figured out how to monetize fear, and then the other part was the like people in positions of power going, oh, fear is allowing us to do more stuff, and so then it became this machine of milking the fear out of the people who were caused to be afraid, which obviously at that time would be people who were xenophobic, people who were I don't know what do you call somebody who is Islamophobic. I was wanting to do a more general term of like religiophobic, but Islamophobic. So people that were xenophobic, people that were Islamophobic, like obviously they were triggered and they became loud, they became fearful, and so they started targeting these people and trying to make persistent these fears because it generated more money and more power. And then they started attaching all these fears to other things. And some of the old school, I guess they brought in some of the more old school Republicans who weren't in the fear department by tying it to the war on Christmas. They tied it to attacks on traditional values and like gender. Socialism. They brought socialism and communism around, and then tied everything back to socialism and communism. And like now it was just this giant fear melting pot, the fear melting pot of America. And the first time that you really saw that crack into the political sphere from the bottom up instead of the top down through media, was the Tea Party. And then the Tea Party was a flop. And then you saw it come back with Trump demonizing Obama based on xenophobia, Islamophobia, and racism. And probably, I don't remember, but probably caught like accusations of socialism. So Obama became this big target, and Trump like played on it. It got a bunch of reactions, and then he just kept doing it, whether he did it on his own or at somebody's direction. I don't know.
Yeah, I
don't
guess
know who Dolly is in the waiting room. Is somebody in the chat Dolly? Because I've seen you waiting there for a while. What's going on? You're welcome to keep going.
Okay. Yeah, I was also about to say I probably should head out soon. I don't have that much time, and I would love to keep in contact in the future
Easy.
about some legal stuff. Anyway, to kind of I was trying to hold on to everything that you said there, but to kind of wrap it into what I was saying, I think that sorry, I'm kind of frazzled right now. I
No
think
need to be. You're good. Hey,
it bothers me. It bothers me that yeah. I don't either. I guess we don't know anything.
Good. That allows us to embrace being wrong sometimes and changing our positions and learning.
It's true. I guess I'm just trying to convey like how much it bothers me that all of these leaps in logic were able to take place in the first place. Because I think that from like all of the things that you said, from 9/11 to people being scared, to people being made to be scared, to money being made off of people being scared, to people identifying the people of color in their neighborhood or in their communities, or just the people that they see on television that are of color, to be like threats to the nation or threats to security. It allows people in power to get away with more things. The fact that all of this was allowed to happen in the first place really like irks me the wrong way, and I feel like there has to be some way that we dismantle the media apparatus that led us here. Because like I think that at no other point in history was it possible to so like tactfully and efficiently get the entire populace of a country to fear things that they don't even understand, fear and believe things that they don't even believe, you know? Like, or say things they don't even believe and act in ways that they don't even believe.
And do you know why it happened now and what the mechanism was?
I suppose like mass media and the internet and
Yep.
yeah.
the internet is the biggest threat to our existence as a species at this moment. We are not prepared for it.
It is really tough. I think that I've also been trying to understand how we go about like legally or legislatively building a society where we can because obviously this technology isn't going away, but build a society in which the internet cannot have the effect that it's having right now.
I mean,
I
even
don't know if
worse,
that
it's
means
not just
that
not
like
going away. We're building on top of it things that are even scarier when we haven't adjusted to having the internet.
yeah,
AI we're not ready. We just by how we react to the internet, we're not ready for AI.
yeah, you're absolutely right. And man, it is really scary how many people see fake fucking AI videos and fully believe that shit.
And this
But
is why I chose the brand that I did. I wanted people are afraid to acknowledge that they don't know stuff anymore.
yeah,
And I'm
it's
trying
true.
to as somebody who may be seen by the public as somebody within the I'm not trying to say I personally am an intellectual elite, but lawyers are seen as an intellectual elite class, and I
Yeah.
want people to see modeling from somebody in coming from that angle, because I think lawyers fail people a lot in being responsible for how much people know about law and their rights. So I want to step down from the ivory tower type thing and acknowledge that I don't know stuff, and it's okay to say that. It's okay to not have an opinion on each and everything because you heard somebody say something you agree with and you haven't done the research on it. That's not sufficient for you to act like you are knowledgeable on this subject. You need to not acknowledge that you don't know stuff, and that's okay, and I'm here to not know stuff with you.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty strong branding message. I don't really know if this is on brand or not, but I kind of want to just add. Um, I think I don't know. I saw Kai Cenat's stream the other day where he was reading. It went viral on Twitter, and I think that it's valuable to encourage in people that even though we can't know anything, and of course this original skeptic argument, of course we could all be brains floating around in vats being experimented on by super psychologists who are simulating reality for a brain.
Right.
Of course that could happen, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't try to know things. You should continue trying even though you know it's impossible.
You should strive to have a high degree of confidence in everything,
Yeah, yeah,
but
true.
even acknowledge that your high degree of confidence can lead you astray. You can be wrong. This is the field of science, like the study of science. It never affirms anything. It only fails to reject hypotheses.
Yeah, true. And I guess I really don't know where we go from here. I mean, I think that
It's been a
we
valuable
need
conversation.
like I, I guess as a country, I think we would benefit from like civic tests before voting. Like you have to pass a civic test, but I also don't really trust our government to put something like that together.
Yeah,
Um,
that's getting into dangerous territory.
it is getting into dangerous territory, but at the same time, like if we can't immediately re-educate people or like get people on the direction of like trying to make the country a better place instead of going down the death spiral. You know what I mean? Because I think that it's fair to say that most Trump supporters aren't interested in making the country a better place. Just like they aren't interested in it as people. They're interested in like identifying with the violence that the state enacts.
Yeah.
But I think that maybe we should like find a way of disenfranchising these people so that they don't have as big of a influence on the government. And I know that that sounds authoritarian, but I don't know how we would go
I
about
I
this. And we
I
also
I,
need to
I get the
dismantle the
struggle.
media apparatus, you know?
Yeah, I understand the struggle. I've thought about this a lot myself. It's like how anyone running for a public office should have a civics license, and that gets renewed every so many years. Yeah, I mean that's a different subject. Is like who can run for office, but the alternative question of who can vote for who should hold office is it's hard to start making any kind of qualifications that can't be abused. But at the same time, it's like, well, what do you think is going to happen if suddenly the majority of Republican voters believe that the idea of not platforming your opinion on some platform is violating your First Amendment rights? If people in the right wing start thinking that, what do you think is going to happen? They're going to react in a political manner because they think their rights have been violated. They're going to react in a political manner. They're going to seize control, and they are going to retaliate in ways that do violate rights because they will now have state power, and they think that you've been violating it, so they think they're doing the same thing. So I understand the struggle, and I don't know what the answer to that question is. My hope is that, like, my main pitch on this channel is that we should have a constitutional convention immediately, and we should completely rewrite the Constitution so that, like, we are aware of where all of the failings are in our current system and just patch that up. And you can only patch things up with the Constitution through an amendment, so why not just do it all at once? And we should come together for a vision of what we think how this should operate in terms of polity, not in terms of policy. I don't expect us to agree on policy, but we should definitely agree on how we think policy should be made and by whom and with what authority. That is something we should approach. And my hope is that if we do that and we make some kind of rights about education, we require a certain degree of government attention to education. We require a certain degree of funding. I mean, make university free provide free university for everyone. I would hope that level of availability of teaching, of instruction, of knowledge, access to knowledge and people who study things, I would hope that would generally spread this knowledge more. And I also hope that in completely rewriting the Constitution, that would just make people more aware of what is in it. That we're doing it now, 250 years later. Or 250 years after the Declaration of Independence.
It's a good idea to have a constitutional convention. I do think that we need to reevaluate what basis our government stands on at this moment.
Yeah.
I guess.
Anything
I had an
else?
idea. I had a thought, but it was a great thought, and I totally forgot.
Well, I'll tell you the same thing that I always do a sign off with this, and I'll tell you the same thing I tell everybody in case you leave before the sign off. I'm proud of you, and I'm specifically proud of you for the shit that you've managed to pull off at 19. That's very impressive, and that you are continuing to be motivated to make change. That's very, very cool. And you are always welcome back here, and you are definitely welcome in the Discord. I'm still trying to build it. I am not in any way fluent in technology at all.
That's understandable. I'm not really either, and I wish you the absolute best of luck on your channel. I think I remembered my thought. So and this is kind of something I wanted to end off with. It's interesting to see where cracks might be in the system, because it's one day I'm feeling optimistic, the next day I'm feeling extremely pessimistic. Most days I'm feeling pessimistic, but
today was a rough one.
It's interesting to see
yesterday,
what advances. Yeah, yesterday was really tough. I think I actually haven't cried that much looking at the news. I cried a lot when the Gaza stuff was unfolding, and I cried again today when I saw the wife of the nurse get watch her husband die.
I haven't seen that.
It was a really tough video to watch, because I have to only imagine that these kinds of things are taking place all across the country with ICE. But anyway,
nowhere so hard as Minnesota right now. And I was one of my friends asked me earlier today, why is this happening to Minnesota? It seems so random. And I was like, it's not random. It's entirely calculated. For
Yeah,
one,
it's an experiment.
it is an experiment and it's entirely calculated. For one, Tim Walz is a name that Republican voters will recognize. He was on the ballot last year. They still know who he is. So they know how little these people pay attention to politics on like a smaller scale. So they need somebody who they are going to recognize to be the target. So this guy is evil. He was on the Democratic ballot last year. We still know who he is. And then the second thing was because that investigation into Medicaid fraud in Minnesota was handed over to the federal government, they were aware of some specific fraud happening in Minnesota. And so what did they do? Well, we know that state legislators in Minnesota were involved in that video. Nick, can't remember his name, that YouTuber kid who made that quote unquote documentary video. They were the state legislators claim to have been involved with the guy whose last name Nick does not even know, who contacted him about making that video. So there was a direct line from that YouTuber to state legislators, and it's hard to believe that when that investigation and the information regarding that investigation was in the hands of the federal government, that they did not have a through line to the federal government. So the federal government was directing, not to the knowledge of this kid, but they were directing a kid to make a hit piece so that they could then spread that all over X, get people watching it, and then act like this fraud was a bigger deal than it was. I'm not saying there wasn't fraud, but it's not more fraud than there is anywhere else. In fact, what government agency was it? CMS. Yeah, it was CMS released a report recently that said the average amount of like Medicaid fraud in every state is like 6%, and in Minnesota it's 2%. That they're a third of the average fraud. Nick Shirley, thank you. A third of the average fraud, but they blew it so out of proportion because they had their hands on that specific fraud data. So they picked someplace where they knew there was fraud going on, where there was a Democrat in charge of the state. I imagine they considered some other places where somebody was high in power. It didn't necessarily have to be the governor, but they picked some place where it was governor, that people would know the name. They knew some specific fraud. They tried to tie the fraud publicly to the governor. And then I think the third and saddest part is Minnesotans are known to be nice. And that means they, in the view of the Trump regime, are pushovers. It means they are weak. So that makes for a perfect storm. It is like they can get all of their people behind it. They are known. They can point to them being quote unquote evil, and they are weak. So we have the authority from the people and the ability to send ICE in there and fuck things up and see if we can get our people behind that.
Yeah, I mean, you make some really good points there. And everything you said has a lot of evidence behind it too. I'm gonna get out the crack pipe for a second and even go so far as to say that I think that they literally talked to Tim Walz and got him to drop out of the race after the hit piece was released. I mean, he literally resigned from his candidacy in disgrace because of the hit piece that was made about him.
And that's heartbreaking, especially considering the CMS report.
Yeah, exactly. It really like there's no telling. We'll probably never hear the conversations that happen between Democratic politicians and whatever. Like I'll just call it the deep state, because there's no telling who reached out to Tim Walz to try to get him to resign. But like it sucks because I really admired
I honestly
Tim
don't think
Walz.
it was anyone. I think he's just tired. And
He
knowing
could have just also
Republican
been
voters,
tired.
he's, I'm sure, getting death threats all the time.
Yeah, and he does have a full family, but it just also
Remember when
sucks
he
to
was
see him.
America's dad?
Yeah, I do. I do. And he was definitely the best part of Harris's campaign.
For sure.
Um, but it also just sucks seeing him come out every single press conference unable to like call a spade, you know? Unable to label what ICE is doing as murder and violations of our constitutional amendments, you know?
He's in an impossible position because, like I said earlier, I don't know if you were here for it, but um, I don't even know if I said it on air. I Somebody on the Minnesota subreddit shared a post that was like, "You need to know about Minnesota's castle doctrine." And are you familiar with castle doctrines?
I am familiar with castle doctrines, but I don't know about Minnesota's.
Well, I mean, it's the same as any other.
Yeah,
You generally have the duty to retreat rather than commit violence. But with the castle doctrine, you have the right to not retreat from your own home. You do not have a duty to retreat if you are defending your own home. So somebody was
right.
spreading the law in Minnesota about the castle doctrine, and they were like, if ICE comes in your door, you have the right to use violence against them. And I was like, yes, very concerned, yes. And as some people in the comments of that thread pointed out, if you use that right, expect to die. They have a force. It is not you against one invader. It is you against a force. And if you start a fight, they are going to bring more people. You will not get out of that situation, especially considering the fact that they will kill unarmed people. You will die. And my bigger concern is you will fuck over the rest of us, because that is exactly what they want you to do. They are waiting for an opportunity to claim that there is some kind of armed resistance so that they can invoke the Insurrection Act and send the military in. That is what Trump is waiting for.
But do you think that they could do that over somebody using retaliatory force for ICE officers going into their house?
I don't know if they would try it for one person. Like if one person did it, I don't know if they would try it for that. But if it started
Perhaps a
being
group in a house?
a group in a house, if it happened a few times, then they would, and I'm sure that they would start blaming the Minnesota government for it. They would start blaming the state government. Um,
They are already doing that.
I know
I mean, I must say.
that they said it is saying that the state government is advocating for violence, which is insane.
Yeah. I feel like um the reason I do agree, if you are to use that right, you should accept the fact that you were probably going to die.
Right. Oh, I did want to
But
finish. I did want to finish my thought, and that is
yeah. Okay, go ahead.
because it is you, because it is your home, because these are your rights. I will not tell you not to make that decision. You make the determination for whether or not it is time for you to defend your rights. Just understand that if you do that, like it's maybe it isn't fucking us over because they're going to use some excuse at some point or another. But understand that it does have the potential for fucking over everyone else.
I agree with the first part of the sentiment and maybe not the second. I think that it doesn't necessarily fuck us over because if someone were to do that and get shot dead, if 10 people were to do that on separate occasions and get shot dead, I don't think a single judge of those 10 would side with the administration.
No judges, but the administration doesn't care.
I suppose, yes. But at the same time, when the judges don't side with them, it's harder for, number one, the media to justify it, but then number
No,
two,
no,
the
no,
administration
dude.
to get away with it,
Roan,
I think.
Roan. You know what they would say, right?
What do you mean?
Liberal Minnesota judges?
Yeah, liberal Minnesota judges, they would say that
So they're
the
biased
people who,
because they're in a blue state. So that's not real justice. I had the guy I debated last night was saying that there will never be real justice for Jonathan Ross because he will be tried in a blue state and because he's being tried in a blue state, he cannot get a real trial. Which is insane. Like, just to begin with, that idea, like, did you think we didn't have political differences when this country was founded? There have been two parties forever. But
And
they
we've
now think
been
that
respecting
having
the rulings of judges everywhere, always.
yeah. And now Republican voters think that because you have voted Democrat or even donated Democrat at some point in your life, suddenly it means you're incapable of unbiased judgment. Well, listen, man, I want to at least address Yeezy briefly before I log off, because they've been waiting for so long. Not that
good.
not that I owe this person any degree of respect because of how they have acted in my chat, but I'll talk to anybody.
Understood. Well, I hope you have a good rest of your night, and I look forward to talking to you in the future. I am looking to at least get legal opinions from legally educated people about some of the ordinances that I might help draft in the future. So this conversation has been very productive for me, and I'm sorry if I have kind of been all over the place, because
Dude,
I don't really have my thoughts organized
no, you
tonight.
have no idea. It does my heart a lot of good to talk to somebody like you. Considering some of the other people that I have talked to, some conversations have been very disheartening, but you provide some level of hope. I'm glad that somebody who's 19 is making this much of an effort to make a difference.
I really appreciate you saying that, and I am looking forward to how you grow your platform, because I think that we need a lot more people out there saying this. It's kind of a shame that the left has only a handful of prominent figures, and the rest are like 200 subscriber channels who are struggling.
Yeah, I'm trying to
So
provide
I wish you
level,
nothing but the best.
Thank you. I'm trying to provide some level of specialization and non-asshole behavior that you don't get in a lot of other left-wing spaces.
Yeah, we need it out here.
Yeah. Well,
it's hard to not be an asshole, though.
I hope you hear it from other places, but I do just want to tell you one more time. I'm proud of you. If nobody else is telling you that, I'm proud of you.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. You have a good night.
You too. What's up, Yeezy? If you're still awake, you are in the temporary chat room now. Damn, all this suppression shit. Says you're not verified. Well, let's see how that goes. I think you need to refresh, and then I think you're good. Still? Ah, all right. Is this going to be a conversation I don't want to have, or are we going to be cool? Yeah, sorry about push to talk. Gianni in YouTube chat. That hi, but also what the fuck?
Hey, man.
Yeezy's working on it. Hey, is this gonna be a conversation I want to have, or like, can we be cool?
Yeah, we can be cool.
Okay, I would appreciate being cool, because I'm generally not an asshole. I like to have non-asshole conversations. You've been waiting a long time. I appreciate the patience.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'm not really an asshole either, but, you might think that some of my opinions are, like, assholey.
Well, I mean, I feel like you came in pretty hot, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, the temperature is a bit high right now. People are pretty upset, and a lot of
Well,
name calling
can
going around.
can I
And
at least ask from your perspective on your side? Well, I'll finish asking this question, and then I'll ask you like the standard chat questions. On your side, with the temperature being hot, what is the what is what is the threat on your side? Is there a concern about the temperature being hot?
yeah, there is a concern.
What is it?
So so I guess my concern would be that um I guess my concern is that people are too encroached in their opinions to where they believe that they're facts all the time, and they can't even like consider that there could be two sides to an argument, or that like multiple people could watch the same video and come to two different conclusions. And like and like and so like when you go into that space, you kind of demonize the other side into saying the only way that they could come to this conclusion is if they're like a white supremacist or they support murder or something, and that there's no way that they could actually like just analyze and come to a conclusion that and we're all biased, right? So like I understand that like we all have our biased takes. Like you're a leftist, so you're going to more likely come to a conclusion that aligns with your beliefs, and like I'm my
Well,
beliefs are what they
well,
are. So
well, we can talk more about our beliefs. I'm still just a little confused. Like from our perspective, our concern is like we are trying to protect people, and we are trying to protect people's rights, which includes yours. And so when the political heat is turned up, when the temperature of the dialogue is turned up, the threat on our side is that people are going to be hurt because of the temperature being turned up, and that people's rights will be overlooked. So I'm not sure I understand what your concern is with the temperature being turned up.
I just feel like your opinion of a threat like is just something you disagree with. I guess that's my point.
Uh, are people being hurt?
Yeah, people are being hurt.
Okay. So we don't have a disagreement there.
We don't have a disagreement that people are being hurt, no, but I just think that I think that for the most part that these are probably justified, and then you think that they're not. So that's where our difference comes in.
Well, regardless of whether we think it's unjustified or not, people are being hurt. And I would like that to stop. And so I have a concern about the political temperature being turned up. And then you come in saying, well, the temperature is turned up, so I want to come in hot because the temperature is turned up. I'm just like, I don't understand why perpetuate it.
Well, I think we can agree. Like, obviously, we can both agree that we both don't want people to be hurt, but like, people are hurt all the time for committing crimes or, just stupid mistake. People are hurt all the time. So it's not like, yes, I want to help people not be hurt, but if they're breaking the law or they're doing something that, they shouldn't be doing and they get hurt as a result of that, then I'm not going to, be sad about that or upset about that.
Uh, Prana, we're just getting into it. So like we were just talking about the like some things that happened in chat before. So we're about to get into it. Um, so can I ask your name, age, and pronouns?
Yeah, I'm 26 and I'm a male.
That's
Joseph
not
is
a
my name.
pronoun.
I know I don't want to say like he, him, or whatever.
Why?
I just
Do you
don't
prefer
say
to
that
be
stuff.
called
I say
he?
male. I prefer to be called by my name.
Okay, but when people talk about you in third person, they're not always going to refer to you by your name. That's an unreasonable standard.
Well, they can say whatever they want, as long
Okay,
as it's
so
clear that.
he, she, they.
Yeah, any, and you can say any of them you want.
Okay.
If
That's
you know,
fine. I'll just move on. We could have just done that and moved on. Do you care if if you share what part of the country you're in?
yeah, I live in Phoenix, Arizona.
Okay, didn't have to be that specific, but all right. All right, so you're away from any of where like any serious like political strife is happening. I mean, I guess there was the 2020 election shit was kind of an issue.
So yeah, I'm away from the political strife right now, but I'm at the hotbed of where the like political strife like comes from. You know, like like Phoenix, Arizona, obviously has one of the most we're one of the most populated by illegal immigrants just because of our location.
Okay.
Minnesota is all the way by the Canadian border, so it just like makes logistical sense. Like that I would be in the hotbed of where all the immigration stuff is at.
All right. Um, then it sure seems weird that what's happening in Minnesota isn't happening in Arizona.
Yeah, it's not as big really. There's like little rallies here and there, but they're really not as big. But
No, I'm talking
Arizona
about
is like,
I'm talking about door-to-door raids.
oh yeah, we have door-to-door raids in Arizona for sure.
Really?
Yeah, 100% we do.
As Evil Alien Robot pointed out, you're apparently non-binary.
Sure, man, whatever floats your boat.
Okay, cool. Um, okay, so I'll just start with I've just got some basic questions. Do you respect science?
I think most people would say yeah. Yes, I do.
I talked to somebody last night who like immediately questioned science when I asked that question.
Yeah, that'd be like a minority, I think.
Sure, but I mean, MAGA is a minority, right?
I don't think so. Like we won the popular election, and I think we probably have
MAGA
at
didn't
least
win
40%.
MAGA didn't win the popular vote. Trump won the popular vote. Not all those people were MAGA.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, a lot of people just voted because they thought Trump would fix the economy.
I think most people knew who Trump was, like, though. Like
I mean,
considering like all
the main concern of most people who voted for Trump was the economy. Based on exit polls.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. I mean, so they were just fundamentally wrong about what was the cause of inflation, basically.
But like by your definition, doesn't anybody who supports Trump, aren't they a MAGA? Like, isn't that the whole like shtick?
Well, that would depend on what you mean by supports Trump. If they voted for Trump, that I would say no. If they still like, if they are fans of Trump's presidency at this point, then yeah. If they don't think he should be removed at this point, yeah, I would say they're probably MAGA.
Okay, so what percentage of Americans do you think are MAGA right now?
Typically, it is around 30 to 33%. People who will not change their. I mean, I don't know if that's still the case right now, but at least from like 2016 to 2024.
That's only about 17% from 50.
Okay, but my point was they're not that they are a minority.
Yeah, I'd say they're a minority,
Okay.
but not by much.
All right, but I mean, we're not having an argument about how much. I just said they were a minority, and then you questioned it.
But like at the same time, like you can't really like state that as fact because we don't really know for sure how much it is. Like it could be 50-50, like
I can
because of
state
the
with a high degree of
non-vote
confidence. That's the aim.
based on what?
Well, consistently polling shows that around 30 to 33% of people don't change whether or not they approve of Trump's actions.
What shows? Like, are they
Polls.
like, oh, polls? Are they like, politically motivated polls? Who are they done by? Like, there's a
I'm
lot of
pretty
stuff you can look
sure
at.
all polls will show you around 30 to 33%. like no matter what, they will not budge from supporting him on a position. It was 30 to 33%.
Okay, where are you going with this, by the way? I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just
I
asking.
mean, at this point, I don't even remember what I was saying about them being a minority. Oh, yeah, you said. Well, I think there are plenty of people in MAGA who don't respect science, and so when you said you
Okay,
think it's a minority of people that don't respect science, I'm like, well, what is a minority? MAGA is a minority. I'm not equating the two things. I'm just saying like that could mean a larger, like it could mean a large amount of people, or it could mean a politically effective amount of people, which obviously MAGA is politically effective.
okay. So what percentage of people do you think that Renee Good's shooting is justified? 33%?
Oof. My guess would be
Is it
less than
is it more or less?
33%. I could only guess. Like this would not be something I have a high degree of confidence in, but I would say probably less.
But you got to assume that, like, if you're MAGA, then your first intuition would be that the shooting was justified, right?
Sure. And
And
for
then,
the first bullet, people would have an argument. And I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe it just doesn't budge at all. Maybe some people are convinced by the rhetoric that once he
because I
was
personally think it's more than 33%.
okay. I mean, honestly, I don't really care because it's a logical fallacy to base conclusions off of how many people believe something.
That's what I was trying to say, yeah. But at least we can agree on that.
Sure. But I mean, I
But
guess on
we all saw the same video, you know, and we both draw different conclusions, and I just
Mhm.
think it's kind of unfair to like lump every single person that thinks the shooting is justified into a white supremacist category or like a Nazi category. And I understand you think that's fair, but I
Well, let
just
me
think it
ask you,
kind of
was he to the
yeah, go ahead.
side of the vehicle for the second and third shots?
Um, I don't know. I'd have to rewatch the video, maybe.
Well, I'm happy to pull it up. The facts show that he was to the side of the vehicle for the second and third shots. The fatal shot was to the left temple. He shot her from the
See,
side of the head.
see, the thing is there's a lot of problems with that video too. Like,
The fatal
so the
shot
off,
was to the left temple.
well, I mean, he was trying to, you know, presumably incapacitate her. So, I mean, if you're gonna shoot
Then it's
him,
unjustified.
I mean, not just because of that though. Just because he was trying to incapacitate her doesn't make it unjustified.
Do you know what the elements of murder are?
I don't know.
Okay. First off, for any crime, there's going to be the actus reus and the mens rea. The actus reus is the criminal act. The mens rea is the required criminal mental state. The actus reus consists of the act, the result, and causation. So the act would be pulling the trigger to fire the gun. The result would be Renee Good's death. The causation would be, did him pulling the trigger cause her death? Do you think him pulling the trigger caused her death?
I think it's impossible to argue that he did that wasn't the case.
Okay. So the actus reus we have, right?
Okay.
And so then the next thing is the mens rea, which this is the phrasing of this is going to vary from state to state, but generally there are 4 different recognized mens rea. The first is intent. By doing this, I intended her death. The second is knowledge. By doing this, I knew that there was a likelihood that she would die.
And I think that's where you guys run into the problems.
What?
Well, intent. Like, how could you ever know what intent was?
Well, hold on. Let's get there in a second. Yeah, I mean, there are ways to prove intent. Like it's a question of, does the evidence show the intent beyond a reasonable doubt, not can we absolutely know what the intent was. So
I don't think we ever can.
No, but that's not what the question is. It's like beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah,
So
exactly. I
like
don't think beyond a
there could.
reasonable doubt you can actually tell because the video happened so fast and like
Oh, you mean for
everybody
this
has different.
case? For this case?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
That
specifically for this case.
Well, I'm pretty sure. I mean, this may vary from state to state, but I'm pretty sure that. Um, well, it's not going to matter in a second. I'll explain. But the third is recklessness. Is like in engaging in this behavior, you should have known that there was a high likelihood that you would cause the criminal result. And then the fourth is negligence, which is you had some kind of duty and you failed to uphold that duty. So for murder, usually it's going to be intent or knowledge. So by pulling this trigger, I knew that, or I intended that she die, or I knew that there was a high likelihood that she would die, or suffer. What is it? Severe bodily harm.
Yeah, he definitely knew that.
Yeah, he definitely knew that, and so that would be the required mens rea for murder. Any one of those would be homicide.
So case closed
Murder
and
just
shut then,
requires
right?
intent or knowledge. What?
So case closed and shut then, right? It should be
No,
an
not
easy
yet.
case.
Not yet. So we have the required actus reus. We have the required mens rea. That means the act he performed was a murder. Well, it was a homicide. I don't know that I could say that it's a murder because now comes the affirmative defense. Usually you would say they did commit the criminal act with the required criminal mental state, so that they did do the thing. Now the thing is, do we still hold them culpable for doing the thing? But the weird thing about murder is that's usually justified as or usually defined as an unjustified killing of another human being. But so it would be weird to say, well, with an affirmative defense, are we justifying the act? Well, then it's hard to say, well, they murdered them if we are then after the fact justifying it, because then you can't have a justified unjustified act.
Yeah.
So
So
sorry guys.
I think it matters. I think it matters how the police officer felt in the moment, like if he thought that his life was in danger or not. I think that's the most important fact.
Sure,
Like,
that would be like the most common affirmative defense. Let me catch things up a little bit, and I guess we can do some review. So you got the criminal act. That's going to involve the act, the causation, and the result.
I just think that like because of the unfortunate situation, it's extremely easy to prove that the officer either thought that his life was in danger or that his partner's life was in danger.
Hold on. We'll get there. Criminal mental state, because like, but before we do, like, this is the order that you have to go in, like in a criminal trial. It's like I have to prove the elements of the crime. If I can't prove the elements of the crime, there's no need for an affirmative defense.
Oh yeah, I agreed with you on all the other points for sure.
Okay, all right. So mens rea, intent, knowledge, recklessness, negligence. I have to be careful about my spelling, or you'll call me an idiot. Apparently.
Maybe, yeah.
Well, you jumped right at calling me an idiot earlier.
Well,
am I still an idiot?
When you base your opinions off of biases, like, and you come to conclusions based off of biases, then yeah, I think you're an idiot. But
have I had a bias presented so far in the argument?
A little bit, but not too much to where it's like overbearing.
Well, at what point did I show a bias in this argument?
Well, with your intent, you're saying like recklessness and stuff like that, and I don't really agree with that, but I just kind of let it, you know.
But you disagree that recklessness is one of the four usual mens rea?
No, I don't.
Okay, all I said, I listed it among the list of the mens rea.
I know, I just don't think it applies to this case here.
Well, I presented it to show the difference between like the different standards of what the mens rea are. Do you know what homicide would generally be defined under recklessness?
Can you repeat that?
Do you know what version of homicide would normally fall under recklessness if that's the mens rea?
Murder?
No, it'd be manslaughter. Murder is saved for intent and knowledge.
Oh, okay. But like, still, I think that recklessness doesn't apply here. But I guess that's besides the point.
I mean, I agree. He was firing a firearm, and he is an officer of the law in very specific circumstances. So he knows what a gun does. And generally, when people fire a gun, we treat it as if they had the intent to kill. You are pointing a kill stick at someone and pulling a trigger.
Yep.
Negligent homicide. Okay. So by listing recklessness, I wasn't implying anything about Jonathan Ross. In fact, if I had implied recklessness, it would imply that I thought he had a lesser degree of culpability. So I don't know why you would think that I would be implying something with that.
Because you said it, and I guess I didn't understand exactly that you were just pointing out points of the mens rea. But
Okay.
that makes sense.
Okay. So have I presented any bias so far in this argument?
I mean, not really. You've been pretty cordial.
Okay, thank you. Well, cordiality has nothing to do with bias.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so affirmative defense, obviously we're going for self-defense, right?
Yeah.
So self-defense, there has to be a threat of harm. You tell me if you disagree with any of these elements. Like, we can look it up if we need to. Sam says, can I join the call? Not at this time, Sam. Threat of harm. And then you have to have reasonableness. Reasonableness of assessment of threat. And then
and I'm just going to trust you on all this, that this is all correct.
Equivalent use of force. I mean, you can ask me questions about any part of it because all of this has legal theory going back hundreds of years.
Well, I'm talking about your basis for finding him guilty.
Right.
All these dis rea, mens rea, affirmative defense. I'm just saying, I'm just going to trust that this is all correct and not like go into research mode about all this.
Well, I'm happy to research live. If there's ever anything you want to ask more questions about, I'm happy to go through the research with you. But we can move forward unless you have any reason to doubt any of it. Then we can move forward as if this is correct. And I'm telling you, I don't know Minnesota law. This is general criminal law concept. Every state will be slightly different. So in a self-defense claim, they have to prove that there was a threat of harm, that they reasonably assessed the level of threat, and that they used no more than equivalent use of force. If somebody comes at you with their fists, you can't shoot them. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah.
You do disagree with that?
Yeah. No, I don't disagree with that. I agree with that.
Okay, you can't use lethal force against non-lethal force.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Sam is saying, so I don't. Can you read chat right now? Because I was talking to somebody last night who they couldn't read chat while they were discussing with me.
I can read it.
Because Sam has questions for you or statements for you. I don't know. Okay, so did Renee Good? And actually, we have to do this step by step. How many criminal acts, and I say criminal act as in like meeting the standard of the actus reus, how many criminal acts did Jonathan Ross commit?
I'm not too familiar with that case, to be honest.
With Jonathan Ross, with Renee Good?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the new shooting that was going on. Jonathan Ross is the police officer that shot Renee Good.
No, he's the ICE agent who shot Renee Good.
Okay, he was the ICE agent, yeah.
Yeah. He is a law enforcement officer. He's not a police agent, police officer.
Okay, I didn't know what his name was.
Okay. How many criminal acts in terms of the definition of actus reus did he commit?
Act, causation, and result. So 1.
He committed 3. He acted with the intent to kill 3 times. Or the knowledge that he would kill 3 times. Or that
So
he
act,
had
act,
a
act.
likelihood of killing. What?
So act, act, act.
That's right. And how many of those acts does the claim of self-defense have to apply to?
Probably all of them, yeah.
All of them. So in a trial, did at least 4, at least one of assault. Okay, all right.
So each shot was
do,
an act.
Or do you mean a battery?
They all have to be defended by self-defense.
That's right. So for
That's
each
what
of
you're
these, so for each of these at a trial, a jury would have to assess: was there a threat of harm to him in that moment? Did he reasonably assess the level of threat, and did he use an equivalent use of force? So
how long? Do you know how long between each shot?
It technically does not matter.
Well, I mean, if you're still in front of the car and all the shots are going off, like, and you're
right,
like,
but you and I can watch the video if we need to. But the thing was, after the first shot, I mean, during the first shot, his legs had already moved out to the side of the car and his torso was leaning forward, where his arms, I think, pressed against the vehicle. And it's at that point that he shot.
So
after
Act
that,
1 is justified in your opinion, then?
I still don't think Act 1 was justified.
But in a court of law, it was.
No, I don't think even in a court of law it's justified, because now then there's a counterclaim to self-defense, and the counterclaim to self-defense would be, did he have a duty to retreat? And was he able to satisfy that duty instead of aggression? And so
I don't think anybody can argue that a car isn't a deadly weapon, though.
But that's not the question. Even if even if somebody is using a deadly weapon, could you have removed the threat of harm without using force instead? Or instead of using force. So all he had to do with the car moving at 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 miles per hour was step to the side. That's all he had to do.
So, okay, so if somebody is pointing a gun at me, I have a duty to step to the side instead of shoot them back?
If stepping to the side would remove the threat.
I can't imagine a scenario where that would ever happen.
Right, but she didn't have a gun. She had a car, and it was moving to the right. He watched her turn the steering wheel. So all he had to do was step to the side, and then he was no longer under threat.
So when you say that, it makes it seem like you're arguing that the only reason why she was turning was to get away.
Okay.
And I don't think that's true. Like, I feel like...
I don't feel like that implied that, but I'm not sure where you're going with this.
Well, like, because obviously if she was only trying to get away, then that would make sense. But I just don't think that anybody can reasonably say for sure that like she was trying to get away, or if she was trying to hit the police officer. Like, I think
that's
that drawing a
conclusion,
conclusion
of you.
But I think that if you do come to a conclusion like that, you're just basing your conclusion off of your biases mostly.
Well, as I said, I think that's dishonest of you, but okay. I'm letting you know what my opinion is, and now I'm excluding it from the conversation.
Okay.
Fair?
Sure, yeah.
Hey Sam, do you remember what the standard is for the application of an affirmative defense? Is it just the same beyond a reasonable doubt standard? We have no idea where his eyes were, if he was looking at his phone like a notification bar, etc. And asking someone to reasonably think they can retreat on an icy and wet road seems a little sketchy. Well, so that would come to the reasonableness issue. Sure. So for the first bullet, there is definitely a criminal trial case there where both sides could make legitimate arguments. Once he was to the side of the car and was not in its trajectory, there was not a threat of harm at that moment.
Yeah, but how long did this all take?
If she could later present another threat of harm, then that would be a later assessment. But at that moment, he was by her window and she could do nothing with the supposed lethal weapon.
Okay, so if somebody was to shoot at me, right? And then they get away, are they still not a danger to society? Like, are they still, we know they have a deadly weapon and they're willing to use it, right? So how could I not defend myself in that, or how could I not shoot that person in that?
You've asked the wrong question. Are they presenting the use of deadly force? That's not a question of are they a danger to society.
Well, yeah, because they would be driving a deadly vehicle, yeah, and they already showed intent to. See, that's the thing is they already hit somebody, so it's like
he can't judge whether she showed the intent to do that. That would be for a criminal trial. If she is not presenting immediate threat of deadly force, then he cannot act like she is presenting the threat of immediate deadly force.
And okay, and what I'm trying to say basically is that all the shots happened so quickly and that it was a threat at the moment and it
as a
continued to be a
person
threat.
using deadly force, you are accountable for every act. That, especially if you are a representative of state force. State force needs to be held to a higher standard. Because state force is a threat to everyone. You can't put a gun in somebody's hand and say, you are allowed to use this by law. Go wild with it. You can't say, you have the same standard as everyone else who isn't allowed to use this on other people by law. You are allowed to use this on other people by law, so we're going to hold you to a higher standard. And that's why they have so much training, or why they are supposed to. These people do not. So they are accepting that they are taking on this task, the use of state force against people who are not allowed to use state force, who are not allowed to use force at all by law. And they are not being trained how to properly conduct themselves in the use of deadly force.
Well, I also think it's worth mentioning that his partner's arm was fully inside of her vehicle when she took off, and that constitutes a threat, in my opinion, to his
what degree
partner's life.
Of death and severe bodily harm?
Yeah, because I feel like
that's not a serious position.
Yes, it is, because a police officer could easily be killed if their arm is inside of a car and somebody takes off full speed.
No, they can't.
Of course they could.
That's not a serious position.
Okay, how is it not a serious position? Can you explain how it's not?
Because where does your arm go when the car drives?
I don't know. If your hand is on the handle and you're trying to open the door, it might not go anywhere and you might get dragged off with the car.
How?
If your hand is grabbing the handle and you're trying to open the door and it's locked, you might not be able to get your hand out of the car when it takes off.
Sam, I know I'm pointing it out as a lawyer to a non-lawyer, but I am saying it to, like, in the non-lawyer sense, it is not a serious position. Not that it's to, like, for a lawyer's perspective, it's not a serious position. Thinking that somebody's life is in danger because their hand is in a window or on a door handle is not a serious position for a person to have.
Okay, so if a police officer pulled over a criminal and they were in the middle of pulling them over and they wouldn't open their door and they reached inside there and the person took off, right? You don't think there's any chance that the police officer would get dragged along with them?
Is there a reasonable belief that they would get dragged along?
Because their hand is inside of the car when it goes off.
Yeah, your hand isn't a magnet that sticks to a car.
Yeah, but when your arm is all the way inside of it, it could easily get stuck, like your elbow or something.
No, not reasonable.
Let's say
not,
yes,
there's no
okay,
reasonable expectation that that would happen.
Okay, so I know, but you would just be assuming that they would stay on their feet the whole time. What would happen if they fell off their feet and they were hanging from their arm into the car? That could easily happen in a split second because their arm is in the car when the person took off, and it wouldn't be the officer's fault. It would be the person driving the car's
You can
fault.
come up with any sort of hypothetical for any situation, but the question is whether that's a reasonable.
I think that's reasonable. Yes, I think that's completely reasonable considering. No, his arm was in the car, so how is that nonsense? It obviously could have happened. It's not like it's an impossibility.
That's
Like,
not the question. It's if is it a reasonable thing to believe. It's not a question of is it a reasonable thing to believe that it could happen. It's a reasonable.
But I'm explaining to you why it's reasonable that the officer thought he was in danger, his partner was in danger, not like
all right,
what you're trying to say.
Fuck this. We're gonna bring the video up.
Okay.
Good evening from the foot of the Golden.
Right. That's what I was trying to correct. It's not a question of whether it's reasonable to believe it's possible. It's a question of whether the possibility and the belief that the possibility will occur is reasonable. Because you can reasonably believe that
and I saw my partner in that situation, I would reasonably think that they were in danger.
Of what? Of death?
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, that's not a serious position.
Especially serious harm.
What?
Like, I think that serious harm is definitely
grievous bodily injury. I remembered the term. Is it grievous bodily harm is what it is.
Yeah, that's 100% a possibility.
Which would be
way
like
more possible
dismemberment.
Yeah, of course that's possible. That's like
the question isn't if it's possible. It's if it's reasonable to believe it will happen.
I don't know. I guess we have a difference of opinion on this because I believe that it's reasonable.
How out of 1,000 times that somebody's arm is stuck in a window, how many times do you think that their arm gets removed from their body?
I'd say it's not often. Yeah.
How many times out of 1,000?
Do they suffer serious injury, grievous injury? Maybe
grievous bodily harm is like losing a limb,
75
like
out
permanently
of
losing
maybe
a body
75
part.
out of 1,000.
That's insane. That's where I'm going, Sir Brewski, but I'm entertaining the idea that his arm
like
is in the window.
7%.
Probably 0, dude. Probably 0. It's wild to think that an arm would be lost if it's in the window of a car that starts moving.
So if somebody told you that they lost their arm because they had their arm inside of a car and it took off, you wouldn't believe them because that's impossible?
No, I would just be like, holy shit, that's like a 1 in a million chance. Is it even in this? No, this is just showing her being nice to the guy. Okay, here we go.
Fine, dude. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I'm just going off assumptions.
There's some. I mean, I can't understand what world you live in if you think it's likely that an arm would be removed from a car going from 0 miles per hour to driving off, that like your arm
But
would.
that's not okay. So, just for the sake of argument, right? It's not only an arm being removed, right? So you said grievous injury, so that can apply to a lot of things. That can apply to getting your head cracked open. That can apply to, like, okay, so let's say his arm was stuck in the car, and then he fell over and he cracked his head open. Okay, that's another possibility. That opens up our percentage from. Okay, so let's say you thought it was 10 out of 1,000 for your case. Well, that brings my scenario up to 110 out of 1,000 now, because and then we can start adding more grievous injuries, right? So like so give me some time to think about another grievous injury
I
that could happen.
agree. I'll actually agree with you that the likelihood of him falling and cracking his skull is much more likely than him losing an arm.
I know, but that was just one point I'm trying to make. There's a lot of grievous injuries that could happen. So
Dude,
if we
I'm
start
with
adding
you.
them all together, we might get to somewhere high out of 1,000 if we start adding these all together.
So I'm with you on that specific scenario. The thing is, I think you're still extremely extrapolating how likely that is. Most people, A, would just pull their arm out. The next large group of people would have their arm left in, and as the car took off, their arm would slide out.
I feel like it's unreasonable to like think that everyone would act perfectly when things happen so fast and unexpectedly.
I didn't say that.
So like saying that he would remove his arm from the car
I didn't
like
say
100% of the time is kind of unreasonable.
I didn't say that. Who are you arguing with, dude? Are you thinking that's what I said?
So I'm not saying that my assumptions are valid arguments, Sam. I'm saying that I'm giving this from the perspective of the police officer who thought that his life was in danger, because that's the most important facet.
Well, we don't
for his
ask about what he thought. We ask about what a reasonable person in his position would think.
Yeah, that's
Just
what I'm saying.
Clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. And I'm trying to explain to you why I think that a reasonable person in his position would think that either he or his partner was in danger
January
at the time.
7th, an ICE.
I'm not saying that like that's exact. You get what I'm trying to say, right? I'm just trying to explain it from his perspective, why a reasonable person in his perspective would think that this could happen. This is my opinion on it.
Yeah, I still think that like I didn't say that he must pull his arm out. I even included a second scenario where the next largest group of people would have their arm slide out despite their intent to leave their arm in. And that would account, in most cases, for 1,000 out of 1,000.
Based on what?
Based on how physics
Your
works,
intuition?
my guy. You would have to tell me, like,
I know, but I think it's
property of physics.
unreasonable. So you think that in the amount of time that this happened, he could come to a conclusion that his partner was 100% safe, even though his arm was already in the car?
Wow, that went like way over to the opposite side.
That's what it sounds like you're saying.
No, you say that he would have to come to the conclusion that his partner was 100% safe. No, he would have to come to the conclusion that his partner was not in danger of death or grievous bodily harm. Those are two different things. Also, you're saying that him shooting the person would be a resolution to his partner being in danger from having his arm stuck in a vehicle, which is its own interesting thing to conclude.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would complain, like, if this was like an actual criminal and the exact same scenario happened.
Well, then you're wrong, dude. We don't kill criminals. We arrest criminals.
I mean, I know, but how can you determine their intent?
How can you determine? You don't have to determine their intent. Your job is to determine whether you are in the like threat of death or grievous bodily harm. Let's get to the moment where it happened.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi
Jesus
Noem and
Christ.
President truck, which parks closely, perpendicular to Good's SUV. One agent attempts unsuccessfully to open Good's door. Good reverses her SUV, and Ross is now seen near the
All right.
front driver's side. In Ross's phone video, you can hear Becca Good say, "Drive, baby, drive." And we see Renee Good turn her steering wheel to her right, turning the wheels away from Ross. As Renee Good drives forward and to her right, we see Ross pull out his gun and fire the first shot.
Okay, let's slow it down.
His arm's still in the vehicle when he pulls. His arm's still in the vehicle when he shoots.
Let's slow it down.
And this all happened so fast that...
Hold on.
it's
You
like
said his
repeatable
arm is in the
assumption.
vehicle?
Looks like it, yeah.
That's not an honest framing. Can I zoom into this? His hand is on the windowsill, the lower window edge.
Maybe. It could be. I can see how you can see that, though, but I don't think that's 100% sure. Like, you
How
can't
long
be
do you
100%.
think his arm is? All right. We've got one shot off. And where is Jonathan Ross at this moment?
He's on the side of the vehicle.
He's on the side of the vehicle. Where's his partner?
On the side of the vehicle.
Who's in front of the car?
There's no one in front of the car right now.
Yeah. At this moment, any justification is over. There is no reasonable belief at this moment.
What if she turns to the left, though?
If she turns to the left, then she's not going to hit anybody. There's nobody in front of the car.
But he's to the left of the car.
And the car moves forward, dude. How do you think cars turn?
Not if you turn the wheels all the way to the left.
Yeah, it's still moving forward. I don't know how you think cars turn. A car can't turn 90 degrees. At this moment, Joseph, I need to be serious with you. At this moment, this man is murdering a woman. He has no reason to shoot her right now.
I don't know, because she already tried ramming him with the car, so what's to say she's not going to try to do it again?
Your
Is he just
job
going
is
to wait
not
for
to
her to
predict
back
the
up?
future.
And
Your job is not to predict the future.
I know, but is he just going to wait for her to back up and then start hitting her again?
At this point,
Or what's the...
dude, if you use that reasoning, you are justifying anybody with a firearm being shot because they have a firearm on their person, which I would imagine you would think would be a violation of the Second Amendment.
Yeah, I think if they tried to kill someone with it, yeah, and they were, I don't know. I feel like it's reasonable to say that she could be trying to get away here, but I also feel like it's reasonable to say that the officer still thought that she was a serious threat, like a.
It doesn't matter if she's a serious threat. It's whether she is imminently using lethal force. At this moment, she cannot imminently use lethal force. And remember, his first duty is to retreat.
Is there more to this video? Can you keep playing it?
It appears to hit the bottom corner of the driver's side windshield. Ross fires twice more, apparently into the open driver's side window as Renee Good pulls away. This perspective from down the block shows the other side of the driver's side window as corner as Renee Good pulls away.
Shot. Let's slow it down. Oh, damn it.
This driver's side windshield.
Playback speed.
Did he shoot there? Are you sure he shot there?
He's about to. He's at this point he is.
It
I
looked like
believe,
he didn't shoot. It looked like he brandished his weapon and didn't shoot it. He
Ross
pointed it at her
fires
and didn't shoot it.
twice more, apparently into
I
the
didn't see any muzzle
open
flash.
driver's side window as Renee Good pulls away.
So like reasonably, all the shots could have happened in that split second when he was in front of the car.
just then.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, it doesn't look like. I don't think you can say for sure that he actually shot a bullet there.
Driver's side window as Renee Good pulls away.
It could have very well happened that all the shots happened while
This-
he was still in front of the car.
No, it can't.
So you think 100% he shot there?
He shot her in the left temple. Trajectory going horizontal.
Okay, so what if she had her head turned, and because she was looking to the right to turn, right?
Joseph,
Perspective
Joseph,
from down.
I need you to fix your brain in this moment. I need you to analyze
Okay, well, just
yourself.
no.
Hey,
You need to
hey,
listen
no,
to me.
I
because
need
if
you to
turn to
analyze
the
yourself.
right-
You are
if you turn to
denying
the right-
reality at this moment, Joseph. Stop.
Okay,
Stop.
stop raising your voice.
No, I need you to shut the fuck
Let's be
up
cordial.
and stop questioning reality. Be
Oh, God.
in reality with me, please.
We should have had this conversation in person,
Why?
because you wouldn't have been so aggressive.
No, I would be at this moment. Stop denying what reality is. I need you to stop doing this.
I think you're
We are
denying
in a
reality by
dangerous
saying
moment
that she
in
couldn't have turned
reality.
her left. Okay, so you think she couldn't have turned her She couldn't have turned her head to the
Down
right.
the
She was
block.
looking to
doesn't
the right to turn.
matter. He
So it
just
makes sense
fired
that she
2
would
more
shoot a shot in the
times,
left,
Joseph.
in their temple. I know, but I'm saying you don't see the muzzle flash. So how do you know that for sure?
Because every
I'm
camera
saying
angle.
she
And
could have
we-
been shot in the temple while she was looking to the right to turn right. If you're turning right, obviously you're going to look to the right, so it makes sense that she would be shot in the temple there if he was in front of her. How does that
Dude,
not make sense to you?
Joseph, every camera angle shows one shot, then him being on the side of the car and firing 2 more shots. You are denying reality.
I didn't see that.
You certainly heard it, didn't you?
We see Renee Good turn
Did I hear
her
a shot after she
steering
already
wheel
turned and
to
took away? No, I
her
didn't.
right, turning
Okay,
the
well,
wheels.
let's back it up
Good
again, I guess.
reverses her SUV, and Ross is
You tell me
now
how many
seen
shots you
near
hear
the
right now.
front driver's
Oh,
side. In Ross's phone video, you can hear Becca Good say, "Drive, baby, drive." And we see Renee Good turn her steering wheel to her right, turning the wheels away from Ross. As
Hold on. Sir Brewski, at a single continuous incident. No, because every discharge of a firearm, I believe you can prove me wrong. I may be wrong, but I don't believe you can rapid fire a weapon to like a pistol. I don't think you can rapid fire a pistol to eliminate a threat.
Yeah, a pistol will shoot as fast as you pull the trigger.
Right. So every single act is a separate act.
But it, like, you can shoot 3 rounds in like less than 1 second.
Renee
Anybody
Good
could.
drives forward and
that's
to
not what
her
happens here.
right, we see Ross pull out his gun and fire the first shot.
How many shots was that?
1 or 2.
Be real with me, Joseph.
1 or 2.
Do I need to back it up?
It looked like 1 or 2 to me,
It appears to hit the bottom
but I'm not sure.
corner of the drive.
Okay, apparently I have to back it up. This is not what I'm meaning to change. Shit.
Driver
Nope. That damn it.
side windshield.
Motherfucker.
and fire the first shot. It
That looked like 2 shots. 100%.
You're
That
full
looked
of
like 2
shit,
shots.
Joseph.
Watch it back in slow motion. You can see the gun move twice. I saw
No,
it.
you can see it jump back and then move again. God. How many reports do you hear?
and fire the first shot. It appears to hit.
I'm gonna give you the option. You
that
can be a
concerned
serious
me too.
person right now or an unserious person right now.
Looked like 2 shots. I don't know.
Okay. All right, fine. He has shot her twice now.
The bottom corner of the driver's side windshield. Ross
And then I see the gun go out of
fires
frame
twice
too.
more.
It goes behind him.
Apparently
Yeah, it's insane that anyone could claim that that's 2 shots, Sam. I agree.
into the open driver's side window as Renee Good pulls away.
How many shots was that?
That looked like 1 shot.
I agree.
While his arm was not right there, but right before that.
Right. Right before that was 1 shot. You know how many shots are left in this video? At this moment, with his hand sticking into her window from the side.
No.
1.
Where? Because I could clearly see the gun shooting the other ones, but I don't see it clearly shooting that. Like it doesn't look like anything
Did you
happened there.
hear
like
the
his arm-
report?
Let me. I had your volume off. Let me hear.
As Renee Good pulls away.
Yeah, that one seems a little harder to defend, but at the same time,
Impossible
it does
to
seem like
defend
it all
under
happened.
the law.
But it happened so fast, though. Like that was all like that all happened within like 1
He
second.
shot her as like at that point. That is shooting someone who is retreating.
And also, like you're assuming that all guns shoot the same. Like a lot of guns
How?
have very sensitive triggers.
How
And
am I
if
assuming they all shoot the same?
Because
He
you're
just
saying
shot
that
someone
it's
who was
impossible.
retreating. You
I know,
watched
but what
that
I'm trying to
happen.
say
We
is-
paused it.
Apparently into the open driver's side window as Renee
Yeah.
Good pulls
Okay. Yeah,
away.
that one was he was not like immediately in danger.
This
I don't think so.
perspective from
Then it's a
don't
murder
know.
because that's the shot that killed her.
But how do you know that?
But from the autopsy.
Yeah, but you said the only thing that you based that off of was she was shot in the left temple, and I'm trying to tell you that when she was turning to the right, she could have easily turned her head to the right and been shot in the temple in the
I'm
exact
telling
same
you
spot.
I'm telling you what the coroner said. She was first hit in the chest, then she was hit in the arm, then she was hit in the left temple. And then
So they
she
know the
bled
order
out
of the
for-
shots?
Then she bled out for 8 minutes, and they denied her the opportunity to see a physician. Someone
they know
claimed
the
to
order
be a
of the
doctor
shots?
on site. Yes, they know the order of the shots. At the very least, that's the evidence we have. If you want to reject it, come up with some alternative evidence. Don't just make guesswork of it.
Okay, so maybe in a legal mindset, yeah. In this specific scenario, this would be ruled a murder in the court of law, I guess. But that doesn't change the fact that a lot of people believe that this shooting is justified because
I don't care what a lot of people think.
I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see if it goes to law because the way you're making it seem like it's open and shut, but I don't think that's the case here.
You just said you agreed with it.
I do. I agree with all the points you said, and that if this specific scenario is true, which I'm trusting that these guidelines that you put up are actually accurate for the specific scenario. If that's actually true, then yeah. But there's obviously more going on here than just that, like what we went over.
Nothing in the law. Yeah, the only defense he has is immunity, which would just be a defense to his criminal action. It would still be a murder. He would just have immunity from charges against murder, which I don't think he has.
But I think the fact that it happened all so fast is going to help him.
Not in a court of law. Not likely.
How could that not be relevant, though? I feel like that always has to be relevant.
My stance was on the continuous incident clause, which normally I know stands more on civil side self-defense. Not sure if it's officer agent based, but I know it's also brought up somewhere from Brown v. US. The general rule of thumb is you aren't required to shoot once, wait to see if they are still a threat, and then fire a gun. It's why you see cops utterly mag dump guys for good reasons at times. Okay. Well, that would, if you're correct on that, Sir Brewski, and if that applies in Minnesota law, then we would have to analyze it more closely. But regardless, he watched her turn the wheel to the full extent to the right. He was still holding his phone while he was firing at her. It's hard to he could have stepped out of the way of the vehicle before firing. He should have been trained. It used to be standard practice of ICE. I don't know if they're not training them anymore, but it supposedly used to be standard practice of ICE to train them. Oh, he's gone? And he's gone. All right, peace, easy. Please change your mind on these things. You're letting the state crack down on people. You're letting the state get away with things. Sir Brewski, it's possible that it's a single continuous incident. However, things dramatically changed during a pause between the first shot and the second and third. He paused. It was a long pause. And then he fired 2 more reports after the danger had already passed. The danger he put himself in, that he should know not to. Anyway, it's very disappointing to see people just try to justify this shit. Why do they feel the need to do that? Why? What did she do that was so harmful that she had to die? Anyway, guys, thanks for being here. I'm Know Nothing attorney. I know nothing, so you can too. Because it's only in embracing that we know nothing that we can actually learn anything. As always, I'm proud of you guys. I don't need to know you personally for that to be real. It's true and you deserve to hear it. If only because life is hard, it's always been hard, and it always will be hard. And the fact that, and the way you face each and every single day the way you do is remarkable. So stay remarkable, and I'll see y'all next time.